Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as AKA Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Now, I want to say hi, everybody. I've kind of been quiet this last week. Some stuff going on. Good morning, Michelle. I'm making it. I'm getting by. I'm getting by. Um, been busy with some things. A friend of mine came over and got me today. Hey, Roman, how are you? And went over and helped him try to. Well, I hooked up his printer for him and got some stuff. Uncle Hawkeye. Yeah, I was thinking about y'all today too. My time has, I mean, time in general for me has just gotten really mixed up. It's been very interesting and kind of muddling through it day by day. But anyway, I'm here. I'm hoping that everybody out there is doing well. This subject has kind of been out there. You know me. Um, I'm trying to. You just sent me a pic. Okay, I'll check it out in a bit. Um, the number two. I'm going to try to stay away from using like the V word, the virus, and co, the rest of it. Yeah, time is, for some reason, time has just been weird. I mean, like right now, I'm wide awake and I've been awake since like early this morning. It's almost been like 24 hours that I've been up. Well, Pearl, I couldn't stay awake 2 days ago. And now last night and today, and I'm still up. I had a little short nap, but now I'm like can't go to sleep. But tomorrow I might not wake up till Sunday, kind of thing. So it's been my time and my sleep habits and so forth, because of my brain injuries, have been odd for the last many years, to say the least. Drop my glasses. And so, but here um, recently, though, this time lapse or lag or whatever it is just seemed to, for me, has gotten worse. I, I, I'm trying to think of a same to you, David. Hope you're doing well. Keep it between the ditches. But anyway, so I'm going to just talk about number two and stay away from all of those words, that relate. Keep it out of the title and so forth. But we all know what we're talking about, right? The number two coming up. And let me just say that this number two is the Shyte. Now, I want to bring up some things about this. And a lot of other people are kind of sort of worried about it. And I can see why. Folks are being forced, to get jabbed, stabbed, and otherwise. Um, but the idea that this is one of the weird things that has bothered me. They have these tests, right, for everybody. So they say, get this now, bear with me. Oh, wait, it's 2:21. I wanted to, I didn't want to smoke by myself, and it's 2:30 and 2:21 in the morning time. So if you got one, you know, share. But here's the thing. So they're testing people, shoving stuff up their nose and everything. Next thing you know, they'll be telling people to bend over and they'll be doing, the anal probe. Um, But here's the thing. So they say number two's out, okay? But they only have a test for number one, or so they say. So my question about this, well, number two is spreading, everybody's got to do a number two, bend over and let it fly, covey a quail if you've got, a little bit of projectile shiting to do. Okay. And so in watching the news and, I try to stay away from it. I honest to God, I do. But as my job entails, I have to kind of keep an eye on, sort of what's going on. But the sales pitch that they're using is like, what? Now I'm an old carny. So it seems like if, something smells fishy in Denmark, you know what I mean? And what I mean by that is, so they came out with a test, what, 2 years ago now kind of thing? And it was for number one. Okay. So, they're checking for P. Um, that's a joke, by the way. I'm going to stay away from the words for those of you who have just showed up. Um, you're smoking now? Yeah, I'm going to smoke some too. I've been kind of quiet and, and good here this evening. But anyway, so, but this number two is like, okay, where did they get the test to test for number two? Okay. So if the test that they're putting out to check people for one or two, right? Maybe the test is what's wrong. Think about it. And there's been some studies that, they're trying to keep quiet that some folks have been tested and they weren't really infected. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have it. So it was a false positive, right? So we have to look at this thing. And my question about this is simple. Where did they come up with test number two? That's what I want to know. Because if it's not number one and they're checking for number two, then they had to have changed the toilet paper or should have. The parameters of the test should have changed. If they're using the same test for number two, how do they know it's number two? Well, we tested them. Okay, but if you've got a test that tests for one, how do you know they have number two? I bend over and let's check your anal canal, right? So right off the bat, I'm scratching my head looking at stuff, looking at the information that's out there. And I'm thinking to myself, what's up with this? How can they prove that it's number two? Okay. Is someone arbitrarily going, oh, well, that's a number two? Well, were you testing for number one? Then how do you know it was number two? You see what I'm saying? So we have to look at the facts. And you know me, I'm a stickler for some of this stuff because it just does not make sense to me. Okay. So number two is going to be as bad as or worse than number one. So now I have family members. My sister has had both of her shots because she works at Walmart and all this other stuff. And she's got other issues and, okay, all right, Sister Lynn, I love you. But I ain't had my first one and neither has a lot of other of my family members. So they're kind of, tied in this, but one of the things, and y'all heard me talk about this when I got back from my trip. Right, Pearl. They've never shown what number two even looks like. Well, I'm going to lay a number two for them that they'll know what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? But this idea, though, that I think they're giving us shit, period. Because, wait a minute, then you should have a test specifically for one and a test specifically for number two, right? I mean, You know, uh, they can test your blood for cancer cells, kind of thing. There's a marker, but they can't tell you what kind unless they do a more specific test. You know what I'm saying? Well, you've got we think you have cancer in your body. Okay, but we're not quite sure where it's at. Okay, all right. So, but you see what I'm saying? So there are tests for these things. All right. So are the tests that are coming out now, are they number two or number one? Because all of this stuff that they're talking about locally, well, another person, well, it's COVID. Are you sure? Well, they had other complications. Okay, so every time I hear somebody died from COVID, they're aged, they've got lots of other issues going on. And it's like, are you sure they had COVID? Are you sure? Well, they tested and this and that and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you tested the person, and because they've got other issues and stuff, they died. Okay, I'm very sorry. Been reflecting on my friend Marcia and other folks who passed away this last year and so forth, along with Brian, but, his was heart attack. But the idea, though, that wait a minute, though, they're trying to sell us a bill of goods. They want to pay people to get the shot. Now, that right there ought to be enough to make you cringe in your drawers, because most of the population is okay. There's like 0.01% of the population that has had this, got this recently. Okay. So, but because number one was like all pissed away, as number one should, all of a sudden, well, there's number two. It's a variant, it's the strain, it's been, wait a minute, who modified it? If that's true, then have you modified the test that you're going to be giving people in order to do this? Now, we have to understand, quite frankly, okay, I've been in emails with some folks and talking about this, and it's a setup, okay? Agenda 21, okay, and Agenda 2030. We're over halfway in this year, and they have not uh, been able to, they don't have the numbers that they thought they were going to have, with people dying and this and that and the other thing. Folks are doing fair to middling. Big cities in certain areas have got their issues, but like I said, everywhere we traveled on our 2,000-mile journey, and like I said, it wasn't always on the interstate, but you could look at folks and they were traveling and doing stuff, and people acting normal. That's what I've seen. And other people have noticed it too, that people are acting normal. They're going to town, they're going to the store. Very few people are wearing a mask. I mean, it's just like, so if you get number two, are they going to force you into taking another jab? Because the first jab was for number one, so they could piss on us. Number two, they're going to shite on us. All right. Holy shite. So, what is up with this? Well, for those of us who have read and learned and know enough about Agenda 21, they want to decrease the population on this planet. So, through abortions and other things. Now, I agree. Let me state that I think there are way too many of us, okay? But I think that the housing of old people, and I'm an old person, okay? If I worked at nursing homes, and there are people being kept alive that literally should pass. Family members are like, no, keep them alive at all costs. We have to change that frame of thought. When it comes time, we need to unplug these folks with grace and honor. I'm not talking about commit suicide or, kill them, but get them off. There are people who are on life support that are never going to get better. And we need to just look at that and go, okay, humanity goes too far to keep people alive at any cost, at any expense. And, I went through this with my pops, Arnie, when he was in the hospital. He was in a coma for 3 months. He woke up for a couple of days. And when he saw me there in the hospital room, he said, David, unplug me. And I was like, Pops, he woke up and everything. And he said, David, unplug me. And 4 days later, that was on a Sunday. So it was Thanksgiving week. He went into a deep coma thingy on Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. And they said, we want you to unplug him. He's gone. This is it, right? And we said, nah, we ain't doing this on Thanksgiving. So we went down on the following Friday. And guess what we did? We unplugged him. And he told me, because he knew wherever it was where he had been or was at or something, the astral, the spirit, he knew that he was not going to get better and that he did not want to be on life support. So he told me, frankly, right straight out, David, unplug me. Now, there are folks, if he had not come out of that coma for those couple of days to be able to say goodbye to everybody and so forth, that we need, he told us, goodbye, I'm out of here, been a good life. I love you. And of course, we all kind of, had having visited him for 3 months in intensive care. We knew the better place for him was to just go ahead, right? So, but the amount of money that was spent, the talents of the surgeon, a great heart surgeon, don't get me wrong, but he had 98% blockage. And I asked the surgeon, I said, then why did you spend 12 hours operating on him? He said, because I'm Catholic, I'm a doctor. Hey, Chloe, this one's for you, LOL. But that he said, I'm a Catholic and I'm a doctor and I have to do everything possible to try to save someone's life. I get it. I do. I get it. But at some point, we need to be more practical about this. And so there is this huge, and I'm part of it, right? Because I'm old, getting older, right? Love you too, Chloe. Did you get my email? But anyway, and you couldn't find the words. Ha ha ha. But anyway, so, and the people that I've seen in nursing homes that are literally, they're staring at the ceiling, they're, they pump them full of drugs and meds and stuff. And, that's not a way to be here. But if we just said, look, we're going to take care of these folks, but we're going to let them die. We're going to let them go. And we need to teach family members, stop this nonsense about we got to keep them alive forever. Take a picture, hold a ceremony, honor them after they passed. But for God's sakes, unplug them. Honestly, unplug them. I don't want to be plugged into a machine. I know Marcia, my friend, had passed away in February. We had talked about this. I said, if I need to go into a coma or something, I've had, an operation or whatever. And because I kind of sort of go into little comas myself with sleeping for 2 or 3 days, there'd be a lot of people say, well, is he dead yet? But the idea though, that if I'm seriously, there is, no brain pattern and I'm in a coma or whatever, then I don't want to be, I want to DNR, do not resuscitate, if I flake out and choose to go, then I want to go. And I don't want somebody else here keeping my body alive so I can't move on. You understand what I'm saying? But there are millions of people across the world and planet and so forth that fit into this category. Now, I haven't done any research as to how many, but just knowing that there are, 50 to 100 people in this county that probably fit that description. Okay. So we have to be practical about some of this. It's time to teach everyone that it's okay to decide how we want to leave this dimension. Absolutely. But if there's something wrong and I'm in a coma, there, to help heal, and there's a good chance that I can make it to the other side, um, okie dokie, then no, don't unplug me. I've had enough operations and so forth in the hospital, and I've had enough procedures and things. I get it. This is going to hurt, and you need to stay asleep for a couple of days. Okay, but that's different. So anyway, but so they want to kill off them folk. Okay, we're just going to leave it at that. Now, I have, for those of you who listen to me, it's very important that you understand this. And for those of you who have asked me about Dante, the channel and so forth, the name of the channel is called The Cause. Cause, like because, but it's The Cause. Okay, a YouTube video. And there are a couple of side channels, but I'm going to keep it at that right now. And I've been watching Dante and stuff for, I don't know, 8-10 years now, a good long time. When the Alien Races book came out, I knew who Dante was all the way back then. So, but anyway, so the thing is, though, as they have said, and there's a lot of evidence that I've seen on my own. So, do I trust his word? Well, yeah. Why? Because I've seen pictures and video of things myself that I look at what he said and went, yeah, yep, I find that to be true. Okay. So with that said, we have to understand that there are two major factions, okay, of outer space folk that, are vying to kill us, get rid of us, or whatever. And they're trying all different kinds of ways, all right, because they need to meet their agenda, Agenda 21. So, what can we do about it? Well, we realize that these, whoever these SOBs are, now one group is the Vlash, VLASH, and the other is the Mater. So, and they don't like each other, but they hate us even more. Okay. So they will get together, sort of like in World War II. I'm trying to think of Benito Mussolini, in Italy, joined the factions and the Germans, right? They weren't German, but they joined. So they had, quote, they in their minds had a common enemy to take over the Europe and Africa and all that kind of stuff, right? Get rid of the Russians and, them damn nasty Jews. So here's the thing. So two bad guys got together and joined up, right? And Mussolini didn't really like Hitler, and Hitler didn't really like Mussolini, but they still formed a pact, etc. You know what I'm saying? So we can just say, well, how does that work? It works like that. Okay, it's as simple as that. They both have an agenda that want to control us, depopulate us, whatever it is that they want. And we've already said no to this. Okay. There are other entities, the good guys, the Charistus, and there are some other folks, that have ties with the Anunnaki. And, for me, the Anunnaki's gotten a bad name. And, they got stuck with this, and people are, it's all the Anunnaki's fault and all this. We need to stop that name calling business right there, because folks are presuming a lot when they don't really have all the information. So, quit name calling. Well, them damn Anunnaki, they're the ones that, yeah, well, they were a part of it, but And that's they're they're only using this much of the story and blaming everything on them, and that's just not fair. Why? Because the two groups, the Mount Terror and the Blash, are out to sell these folk out. Well, it was all the Anunnaki's fault. It was them. It wasn't us. We didn't have anything to do with it. It was them guys. You see what I'm saying? So we have been lied to for thousands of years. Okay. Thousands of years. The stories that are written have been written by the, you know, by the bad guys. So do we know the real truth? No. It's out there. There's a lot of information. I know Dante and the Cause, they've got a lot of information that will shock the crap out of you. I know people have asked me, and it's like, well, what do you know about this? And you watch the videos and you learn about this and that and stuff. And here's the thing. Yes, Robin, how are you? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It's Rogue, Robin. I'm trying, uh, yep, always need a scapegoat. But here's the big thing about this. Neither one of the parties are worth a damn. Okay, we need to just get that straight. Well, the Democrats are the Vlash, and the Republicans are the Mater. They ain't none of the good guys hardly in because these other two groups are controlling the situation, and they have since the Civil War. Okay, it goes further back, but from the Civil War where they borrowed money from the Vatican and they did this thing, and that's when the United States got turned into a corporation. It goes back to the 1870s, 80s, in there where things, yeah. So, but here's the key thing about this. Can can you and me do anything about it specifically? No, not specifically, because they're on a higher level, not not necessarily energy and vibration and that kind of thing, but they're on a, they're at a different pay grade. You know what I mean? So we get information. We are, deciphering information on our own, and then a lot of times I'll figure something out, or I'll think something's a little weird or whatever, and come to find out through other channels. And a lot of times Dante will come right out and say, this is what's going on. I'll go, some bitch, I came to the same conclusion before he or anybody else mentioned it, kind of thing. Okay. Now, this is not to toot my own horn. I'm just saying it's by observations. There's a gentleman by the name of Mr. Cat Eye on YouTube, and he is an old war soldier Viking, and he was into number crunching and CIA and stuff like that. And there's a lot of stuff in the gematria, the numerology of many of the things that they do to us, the times, the places, the things. It's really weird. But they're doing it against each other, okay? But we kind of sort of in the middle of everything. But here's the thing: we recognize it and we go, them folks over on that side of town. And I'm not talking about Negroes or Chinese or whatever, but to the point though, in the old days, if you crossed the tracks, that it didn't matter who was living there. It could have been Jews or Germans or, but on the other side of the tracks, as the old saying goes, he's from the wrong side of the track. Well, what does that mean? Well, he could be a rebel in that he's not of these of other groups at all. He's literally got nothing to do with either group, and only participates at certain levels and so forth. Okay. So what do we do? the first thing we do is realize that how we react and interact with each other and with the situation that they pose and put onto us, that's what's important. So we have to keep our faith to whatever that may be, in that I know what I know by my observations. I know what I know by my experience, and reading. I'm still learning. Um, but the idea, though, that somehow they collectively seem to think they know what's best for me and all of us. Man, I say no. So my vacation trip proved to me, be on the shadow of a doubt, that people ain't going along with this mess. They just ain't, you know. And I'm using my southern drawlishness. They just ain't going along with this. That dog don't hunt, as they say down here in the South. That dog don't hunt. So they're trying to sell us all of these things. They want to entice us with more money. Okay, send all the money you want to. You took enough goddamn taxes out of me over my 68-year lifespan that give me some of my money back. They stole my, $300 to $400 a month out of my Social Security check because they changed the rules, right? So somebody says, well, would you take the money? Hell yeah, they owe it to me from what the government has done wrong to me and other people that I know that tried to get their Social Security and all this. And you say, well, they send you these things in the mail. And it says, well, if you were to become disabled today, you would receive $1,400 a month. Well, they waited 2 years to quote, clinically call me disabled when I changed jurisdictions, and a new judge looked at my case. He went, "Oh my God!" Within 10 days, I was approved, and he sent me a letter of apology because of the seriously bad reactions and behavior of the judge that was in a different municipal. Well, it's a Southern District versus anyway. So they screwed me out of, by the time I got my first check, it was $850, where I was supposed to get $1,400 a month. Now that's $600 a month they took away from me in money that I paid in to the system. And so they said, now we changed the rules. You ain't getting it. We are only going to give you $850. And now I'm up to just over $1,000 a month after all these years. But so I think I'm pounding my fist on the table going, yeah, you still owe me money, bitch. Send me another check for $2,000 or whatever. You owe me back pay. That's how I look at it. Now, there are other folks that go, well, I'm going to take advantage of the government. If they're going to send you a damn check, take it. Now, here's something else they're selling. And I have talked with parents about this, and something's really screwy. And it's about this child care tax thingy. Don't go for it. Just don't go for it. They want you to sign documents. They want you to get your face scanned. They want you to do all these other things. Why? They've already got my Social Security number. They already know who I am. They already know who my child is. I have, she's 14 years old, and we filed income tax every single year. There's a record. Y'all know who we are. Why do I have to do anything else? They're trying to sell that to us, along with now they want to get all the kids, okay, the jabby jab for number one or number two. You know what I'm saying? So what are they selling us, and what are they trying? Whatever it is they're trying to do to us. Now, I don't want to say that this is good or bad or whatever, but there's evidence from the Who Cats and the other ones that some human beings, the essence that they are, okay, not necessarily um, bloodline, because you could be born of a certain bloodline, but have the essence of a different, um, you know, race in heaven, okay? So, but this idea, though, that, and I've talked about this before, and Dante has talked about it several times, in that, and also the movie, this, the Cell, about the cell phones that go off and trigger everybody, and they go in, they become zombies or whatever. And I did a year and a half ago ish kind of thing. I did sort of a sci-fi story, what if scenario. But here's the thing: there are people who are checking their jab sites, and they've got magnets sticking to it. They've had compasses that you put a compass up to your arm, and the needle swings. It's hey Alex, how are you? I feel false flag event is yeah, yeah. There, there really are. And when they did the thing about how bad the Capitol thing was in January, right? And they showed video and everything, and people are just walking around, and the cops are up against the wall, and the guy's got his AR-15 or whatever, and nobody's getting into any kind of whatever. Um, I didn't know that was part of it. Oh, ST's in the house. I missed. Greetings. Yeah, there's something coming up. I would agree with you. Um, but there are so many people now that, especially that high rise that fell down in Florida, down around Miami thingy. That was just weird. That was just weird, beyond weird. That was really weird. Okay. And a lot of people who didn't quite believe, like 9/11, it was airplanes, saw this building go down in Miami area, and they went, "Oh my God, that just looked just like the Twin Towers. Was it hit with a rocket? What, did a plane run into it?" You know what I'm saying? So that building brought up memories of 9/11. Now, is there going to be another 9/11 thingy? They need to do something drastic. They're talking about, oh, Iran again. Iran, 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 Iran. Yeah, I ran away from the lies they did. Are the Iranians up to something? Probably. But so ain't we all. I mean, as far as countries. So the United States, quit picking on people. Well, it's all Iran's fault. Okay, we got enough nukes, we could flatten Iran and all the whoever lives there in the surrounding areas with a couple of nukes. So they develop one or two. Okay, let them blow each other up. If they try to blow us up, one, we'll wipe them off the face of the earth. I mean, stop it. Oh, but they might get nukes. North Korea might get a nuke. Okay, all right. There's a lot worse things than nukes, like coming up with viruses and things. And before you know it, um, right, robed rebel. Lots of misdirection. 3 card Monty. Yep. If you're doing the shell game, which where's the rock, where's the P. But so anyway, um, they're going to try something simply because they need to grab more control, because folks just ain't buying this mess. Too many people, too much information. I mean, for example, on YouTube, I love you, YouTube. You let me come on here and do this. Oh, by the way, let's, all say thank you to Bob and to the YouTube staff, and for as much as they pull things and people and channels. Sky News from Australia, they put them in YouTube prison, right? Because they were given misinformation, or so the powers that be said. Sky News in Australia was, oh, they've been picking. Oh my God! If you don't have that channel, and I think they put it back up because there's a bunch of people bitching about it. Like, what are you doing? It'd be like telling NBC, no, you can't post your news comments on there. The U.S. is going through changes. September is 5 more by change done. Yeah, there's lots of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff going on. But anyway, so I have prayed about this. I have asked my spirit guides, what do we do? What do I do? But what do we do? Well, for me, I live down here in the country. I live on the river and all that kind of stuff. Okay, all right. So I've already kind of sort of made my choice. All right, as what I'm going to do. I got my property and I got the thing and the rivers and so but there are people that still have not figured that out yet. And if a bit of a crisis came, they'd be living under a bridge and wouldn't know how to do it very well. You know what I'm saying? So if there's any way, depending on your circumstances or whatever, that you can change your circumstances. Forget about what they're doing, but you know that if you live in New York City, you should probably find another place. If they're living in stuff, you should maybe find another place. You should get out of the danger zone. Okay. If you can't, then hunker down and do the best you can. Find some folks that you can be comfortable with. And, like after all these 30 years of meeting my next door neighbors, 13th is on a Friday. Oh, well, we haven't had a Friday the 13th in a while. So, hey, but 13 can be a lucky number or it could be a bad number. So, hey, I would choose to say Friday the 13th. Eh, you know, yeah, that would be classic. So, but anyway, all the folks that I trusted in for a bunch of years, nothing has happened. ET's supposed to be here, and we're supposed to have bio beds, and we're supposed to, disclose. Ain't seen nothing yet. Dun, dun, baby, ain't seen nothing yet. Bam, bam, nothing, never gonna forget. Ain't seen nothing yet. So I'm looking around and go, there are certain things that I do know exist, and there are certain, like the different races and different types of UFOs and, the clouds and the formings and just stuff, right? So I don't need the government to tell me. We can observe it ourselves. But they lied to us again. The good guys, the white hats. Well, the white hats are supposed to be the ones that are pushing this agenda, and we're all gonna know, and the CIA and all this. Ain't seen nothing yet. Bam, bam, baby, they ain't seen nothing yet. So, the people, even for example, I would notice the Friends of the Galaxy thing and all that. I can't think. I got a couple of channels that and the Galactics. They're going to talk. Well, the Andromedans and the Palladians had another conversation the other day. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Well, this is going to happen. Ain't seen nothing yet. Damn, damn. You know what I'm saying? So, and I put a lot of faith in some of these folks because I myself had some, you know, context, whatever, and I was like, yeah, that kind of fits. But now these folks is like, well, it's going to be this, and we're going to have all these things are going to come out, and we're going to have all these new things. That was 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and there's some folks are still saying, well, our DNA is being changed and we're getting a cosmic upgrade. How do you know? Well, but it's just some voice on a tube talking about, if I had some happen be on a Friday, uh, you love our sing-alongs. Me too. Uh, somebody was like, "Wait, you break out into song during your videos?" I was like, "Yeah, I know. I'm kind of crazy that way, but But anyway, but all of the things that I have looked at, all the promises that have been made by the event group, by the Galactics, by quote all these ET races. Now, one thing I got to say, Dante's never made quote a promise that didn't come true. Now the promise, boom, a week later it comes out, and he say, "See, I told you." And here's the video to prove that I talked about it. So he's explaining things ahead of time, and then when we see the news or an event happens, that it will prove his point, right? So it's like, but nobody else has been able to do that. So why am I on Dante's side? You say, "Hey, all he's talking about Dante." Well, I've listened to Drake Bailey and all these other people, well, the Galactics are doing this and that and the other thing, and they ain't done shit. Okay. So we're getting bad information there. Now, if it is the white hats, think about this, and the black hats. But the white hats and the black hats, they're still part of the same quote political system. They don't really give a crap about us, a number two, right? So what they're putting on us now is a number two, meaning they want, pay people. They're going to go house to house. They're going to do, you can't travel unless, um, um, yeah, biobeds would be also pulled a muscle, smoking weed, sneezed and pulled a muscle. But oh my God. I'm sorry, I have done that. But, yeah, signs are getting old. You need to exercise. But here's the thing. So what do? We stay informed and we laugh at them. Well, there's going to be another thing. Okay. Yeah, come on, let's have a 9/11 party to see, and if they try to bring down another building or something, who they going to blame on? Who they going to blame it on? Well, the Russians, nah. Well, what about the Koreans? Well, I don't know. What about the Chinese? Well, I don't know. What about them damn Iranians? They keep wanting to blow them folks up over there. Okay. All right. But so they got to make up something. Now it's going to be damned interesting, whatever it is they make up, because let's take into consideration the George Bush era. It was a year into his presidency when the event happened, right? Well, you know what I mean. So they had to clinch and grab the people right away at the beginning of his uh, term, first term. So, what better way than to clinch the Biden, et cetera, than to now? I swear to you, I hope to God nothing happens. Okay, I'm praying against it. But these damn fools, we don't know that they've done so much crazy crap on us, weather modification and putting poisons in the air and stuff. Look, and poison in the water too. I mean, come on. 9 times out of 10, it's the CIA or FBI. But there's a whole nother, David, there's a whole nother group that ain't got nothing to do with any of them groups. That's the ET groups. They might operate through the CIA or the KGB or something like that. There are those factions, but there are just entities out there that are up to no good and ain't got nothing to do with any political scheme. It's their own agenda. It's the Mater, the Vlash, and these other nasty entities that we have been at war with for thousands of years. Regardless of politics, regardless of countries, they are the ones that want to kill us, okay? Now, there are those factions like in the Series V, where they were, in influencing, political, so forth, right? So we have to understand, well, it's them. Well, it's the Democrats. Well, it's the CIA. It might not be any of them. And it could be all of them. But to my point, there are factions that ain't got nothing to do with any of these organizations. And they have the power of ET, the bad guys, to do whatever the fuck they want. I'm sorry. I'm, I let that slip, but to do whatever they want. And the best thing we can do is keep our power, keep our us, keep our humanness for us. And so but that's part of this thing. Well, so people keep pointing fingers. Well, it's them guys. Maybe, but are you sure? Well, but it's one of them three-letter words. Okay. Yeah, Alex, we can call it the cabal, but there is the cabal of the Mater and there's the cabal of the Blanche. And then there's some other, smaller groups that are nasty that are kind of going along, for their own agenda. And we have to understand that's the big picture. So what do? We keep our damn head down. Um, there was a thing, Dante interviewed, there was an interview that was on one of the last videos, and it was Mel Gibson. And he said, I've learned about things. And he goes, you learn how to see what's going on, and you learn how to, walk down the sidewalk without getting run over by a bus or a police car, So you learn how to go with the system, but only as you need it. Well, I need to go to the store, so I'm only going to use this road. You know what I mean? So I'm not driving all over the state. I'm just going to town and back. So I'm being careful. I know where I'm going. I know my territory. I mean, so in the scheme of this higher stuff, when you know that there are other things going on, you keep an eye on it. You stay aware of it, but you don't fear it, because as soon as you start and get scared about all of it, then they win. Now, David, anyway, on Gaia TV, David, I can't think of his name right at the moment, talked about the loosh for a long time. But the thing is that it's the chaos. Well, it's the loosh, it's the thingy. Yeah, okay, but no, it keeps our brains in chaos. And whether they're sucking our energy out to use, they are sucking the energy out of us, okay? Whether it's a vampirism or it's just that you got to keep everybody confused so that they all are in chaos. Well, are they, do they eat this energy, or do they just create situations where it will exist? Now, I would say that they're always creating chaos. Just watch the news. Fauci, mask, no mask, 3 masks, 2 masks, 1 mask, 2 shots, 3 shots, and a backup, and a passport, and more masks. I mean, come on. Insanity rules the day, okay? Insanity. So what do? We go, that guy's nuts. But just listen to him. You really want to take his advice? Would you go to that man to be treated for something? No, I wouldn't. Well, let's all go see Dr. Fauci for, a liver disease or something. And, well, what's he going to give us? I don't know, but he's going to put 3 masks on us. I don't know. He's going to make me, get a passport. I don't know. He ain't going to take care of my problem, but he's going to take care of these things. At the moment, ain't a problem for me, right? Wear your mask, Get your thingy, get your test. So if you don't have the vid number two, if you have it number two lately and they shove something up your nose, now you do have it. What? Yeah, if they're testing for it, isn't there something live in there that's got to like that? So they can give you it by shoving a toothpick or whatever up your nose. No, 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 no. And I think this time around it's going to be different. Now, a lot of folks talking about prepping. Now, I still Fauci the Faust, yeah, is like a dragon. He does he really have the dragon sign? Honest to God. Well, I'm a water dragon. I think I'll drown him, and or at least, like the old Baptist joke, it said we went down to the river and the preacher, said, "Do you believe?" And he said, "I believe," and he dunked him under the water and he was down for a while, and he pulls him up and he goes, "Do you believe?" And he said, "I believe, preacher." And he put him down in the water again and glug, 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 glug. The people on the shore going, "Wow, what's going on?" He pulls him up and he goes, "Do you believe?" And he said, "I believe you're trying to drown me, preacher." So, but to the point though, a little bit of water can go a long way, or you can drown in it, right? But so the information that we possess, I'm listening to the news, and ever since Obama rescinded that act about TV shows and whatever, well, any media actually, the Smith Mumford Act or something like that, anyway, that made it illegal for anyone on any news channels to make up lies. And now they make them up all the time, right? But people ain't listening. CNN's dropped, right? All this is dropped, and that's dropped, and this is gone, and that's gone, and people aren't paying no attention to it. So the latest polls are that 65% of the people are getting their news from other sources, independent sources. And there are some independent sources, I got to say. I mean, if you listen to the Young Turks, oh my God. Now, way back when the Young Turks first came on the internet, I was like, thank God somebody's talking about stuff. And, Bernie had some really good ideas back in the day when he was running. But then when all of that shite went, the way it did, he got all that money and all these people got burnied up and all this kind of thing, and then it was like, what? And then, he walked into a meeting with Hillary and that was that. Walked away. Smith Munford Act. Thank you, Rob. Rob. He's the VR. He's the year of the dragon. Golly. Some bitch. Arr. Anyway. So, but with this, so what do? We stay informed. We keep, we watch out for each other, especially those of us who are, at least, which pill did we take? The red one or the blue one? I don't know. I think it's the red one, but anyway, um, I took too many pills. That was my issue. But anyway, so I know my niece and some other folks that I've had the opportunity to visit over the summer. Biden is the year of the horse. You mean he's a dragon too? Some bitch. Smack some of these people, I swear to goodness. Um, what can we do? What should we do? And I keep asking the powers that be, what can we do? And they keep telling me, Dave, you've got faith, right? Yeah. Dave has faith in Hawkeye and the Hawkeye side of me, the shaman side of me. I'm still looking for the spiritual. I'm still looking for the natural. And um, a lot of people are responding to the natural thing, natural food, natural pesticides, natural this, that, and the other thing, natural, right? Okie dokie. Whether they actually get it or not, they're at least thinking nature, natural. Okay. That's the important thing. And say, well, what about the agenda that, they put out? Well, their agenda didn't say anything about nature. If anything, Agenda 21 and some of these other, I can't remember. It's like the World Organization for anyway. But they have designated large tracts of land for preservation, and it's amazing how many places have this little symbol, and it's the United Nations it belongs to. Well, this is for the prosperity and everything for the planet and all this, but it means that, this land is not our land anymore. It belongs to a UN, a United Nations protocol. So there are certain state forests, there are certain um, federal lands, there are private lands that have been taken over, bought out, and whatever because of this. And I can't think of the word of it, but it's like the historical society thing for the UN. And what they're doing all over the planet is they're absconding of property. Why? Well, to preserve it. From who? Well, they won't let anybody on it. You can't go camping. You can't go hunting. Nope, it's off limits. It's part of the thingy. Okay. Well, then who are you saving it for? Them. Think about it. They're saving it for them. Okay. For whatever reason, we can't go. You know, um, the sheriff of Nottingham has spoken. You know, oh, Robin Hood, where have you gone these lovely days? With bow and arrow you stand upon the seas. Anyway, so well, there's a lot of Robin Hoods out there at the moment, but they don't know it. That's the big secret. And they've been trying to get rid of us because, now there are those of us like me, I can't get a gun. But if I moved to Tennessee, I could get one, even though I'm a convicted felon, because they stated everyone can carry a gun. you know, grab one, Texas, okay. And there's some other folks who are following suit. I know that Georgia changed its law that you have to have a permit, but you can carry for quite a few years now. This has been true. So this idea, though, that armed citizens, I'd rather have a bunch of us armed than a bunch of them armed, and somebody's going to lose an arm. But what do we do? Um, oh my God, it's 3:20. What we do is we put another fire in this bowl, and we contemplate it. So we look at our area, because I can't tell you what to do in your situation. If you live down south, it's going to be like this. Up around Decatur, where my niece lives, it was totally open, and the stores and people and stuff, nobody was wearing masks, and and having conversation with her. She's like, nobody really paid attention up there. And Council of Foreign Relations, you took the purple pill. I ate a purple pill too. Yeah. It's not the count. No, David. It's something else. It's like the Heritage Foundation. It's not Foreign Relations, but I think it is the Heritage Foundation actually. The Heritage, I did research on this years ago because I kept going on Google and seeing these little symbols of the Heritage Foundation. Oh, here. And then I found out that the Heritage Foundation is run through the UN. I was like, wait a minute now. So all these plots of land, and it started back in the days of the Clintons. That's how long this has been going on. So anyway, Um, so 322. So what are they going to do? I don't know, but you can bet. watch watch the commercials, and that's what I've been watching. It's like all of a sudden now the commercials have changed, meaning that there are people talking to one another in a group setting, family, and anybody wearing a mask. Now there are still some of those, not all of the advertisement is cleaned up, but instead of everybody wearing a mask a year ago in commercials and stuff, we're all going to pitch in and do our part and all that kind of thing. It's not what's in the commercials, they're saying, with hell and blah, 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 but it ain't the same as the message that the commercials, just regular Procter and Gamble soap, Dawn whatever it is. Now it sanitizes. Okay. You kill every germ in your house. Go ahead. You're going to be killing, the good germs within your body are going to be failing. This idea that we must kill everything is like, okay, then let's get some Roundup and let's just kill everything. Um, but so anyway, what do we do about this? We look at our where we live. We look at our local situation. We look at city, if you live in the city, or at least the county commissioners, right, for your county or parish, depending on where you are. And you say, okay, what does my sheriff feel? For example, if they come into the county and they start going door to door, and somebody comes in and says, I'm from the government, we're gonna give you a shot. I'm gonna call the sheriff and go, there are some people on my property. I've asked them to leave. They claim they're but I've got my bow and arrow and I'm warning them. And if they don't get off my property, I'm going to shoot them. Now, you want to come down here and, take these folks out, you want to remove them from my property. I don't care what they say they are. They don't have the right to be on my property. And you, as the sheriff of my county and in my jurisdiction, you have the authority to throw them off. And so, there are deputy sheriffs and folks like that who just ain't going to go along with it. There are a lot of woke sheriffs, going back to the Malheur incident with the, oh man, the Bundys. They shot and killed that one guy in a booby, I'm trying to remember his name, but anyway, watched it, saw it, and it was like, and that was the FBI and so forth. And they never really did straighten any of that out. They keep blaming that it was the Bundys when, it was the guys with, high powered rifles and so forth that started the mess. Just like David Koresh and the incident in Texas, where they're all these, they're religious and they won't come out. So Janet Reno gave him so much time, and they said, okay, take them out, and they set the fire. They burnt them people to death with David Koresh and all them children and so forth. That was horrendous. Okay, and all in to protect us, our society. And it's like, oh no, Ruby Ridge, okay, Wounded Knee, come on, 4 dead in Ohio, you know. So this idea, if they get this notion, but here's the thing, like the governor of Florida, DeSantis, he's saying, nah, you know, governors in Texas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, other states, Tennessee. You come to Tennessee, you can buy a gun and carry it anywhere you want to. But beware, if you try to harm somebody, everybody else has got a gun too. You'll be dead, mofo. So what do? We use the law to our advantage and do whatever we can. So whether you need a gun or not, get one. If you live in a state, why? Because it's your right and they're giving it to you. It's like giving you 2 grand, right? And they're saying, okay, here's some money. All right, we're giving you this law that says it doesn't matter whether you're a convicted felon or not or whatever. If you're a person, and there might be an age limit, that um, you can buy a gun and carry it legally. Okay, the days of the Wild West. But here's the thing, it's giving us our God given, right to protect our right um, 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 to bear arms. Um, Bears don't, they don't really like arms too much. They go more for the leg, but that's another story. Um, I was thinking of the hiker joke and the bears and the bells and the whistles. Anyway, they will use the non-sleevers as a scapegoat. Yeah, but so to the thing. One of the things, and I encourage you all as part of this getting out of the system. Getting. I hate to use this word. But I'm gonna say it. You want to get out of their matrix, then quit using their words. Well, it's the CIA. Stop it. Well, it's the FBI. Stop it. You really don't know, but you see, you're playing their game. You're using their terminology, and you're placing blame, and you're putting energy, and not look. I've done it, but I've seen the error of my ways too. Because in one of the things, and it's like going in a loop. So, I will say that there are a lot of cover ups, but by whom? And them. Okay. Who are them? A bunch of them. But it could be a group that has nothing to do with any of these, but they live within these groups, like aliens are among us, good guys, bad guys, and really bad guys. And so we have to understand there's more to all of this. It's a bigger game. Now, can we influence? Yeah, we have influence and input on our local levels, and it's obvious that national elections are, of course, there. It's going to be this next one, coming up next year is going to be interesting. But we learn our rights, know our rights, go meet the sheriff, or get to know a deputy sheriff or something like that. So you're just not some number or an individual they don't know. If they know who you are, which they busted me a couple of times, so they know me. That not maybe not personally go, oh, that's David. No, that's that old hippie guy down there. Yeah, he's cool. You know. Well, do we have to worry about bombs or anything? Nah, uh, they confiscated my gun, and somebody in the sheriff's department kept that 20 gauge. Let me tell you, it was a Remington 20 gauge single shot breech break. Anyway, so what does that have to do with us? Regardless of the game they play, we keep, yeah, Branch Davidian. Thank you, David. I watched it live on TV, and I said, oh, that was so wrong. That was so wrong. And having had police in my house and flying over me with helicopters and high powered rifles, I know what it feels like to be, you know, the underdog. I got 8 marijuana plants, and, they're got a high-powered rifle trained on me from a Huey helicopter, hovering overhead. What? I'm not armed, don't have a gun, but they take me down like in the movies. And I'm like, dude, I give up. Throw you down. Dude, I give up. I'm okay. I give up. Throw you down. Do the thing. The county sheriff's department jumped in and told the GBI they'd better calm down and be good. So I have experienced this. So the sheriffs they might arrest us, but if you don't put up a fight and you say, okay, you got me, I'm okay, and you don't resist and you cooperate, they will cooperate with you. But you get the GBI and the feds and all this other stuff. Hi, Gent. Fauci is the Capricorn. So one of the things that we make sure that we don't do is we stay out of the loop by making a loop. And I'm not picking on anybody, I promise. Okay. Because I've done this myself. So, but I'm using what I've learned and I see talking in the positive and so forth. Also, a friend of mine was here and I went over to his house and helped him out. But anyway, he kept talking about his neuropathy. Oh, my neuropathy. Oh, my this. Oh, my that. Oh, my this. Now, he's a survivor of cancer. And we looked at each other and said, we're still alive, amazing. He's had more issues with cancer and so forth. Hey, Mel, how are you? Needed beer because yesterday. But here's the thing. We subconsciously get into this thing with blaming. So when you hear me talk about them, those guys, them folk, and who is it? Well, it could be these and them and this, but so I don't talk about, I try to stay away from naming things. Why? Because it gives those things power. So, for example, when I say, well, the CIA was the ones that took out, JFK, the CIA, the CIA, the CIA, and you go into a loop, okay? Hey, Roman. And Mel Azazel. Good to see you all here this Saturday morning. It's 3:35 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time here. I actually got to see stars tonight. There was no cloud cover. It's been extremely cloudy. Today was just it was like in the mid 80s. The humidity was up there, but when it's only 85, then it's only 90 degrees as far as feels like temperature, which is better than 108, which we have been having. Went down to the river today too, took a side trip, and saw the river. It's at 9 feet, which is several feet above where it should be this time of year. I mean, the entire boat ramp, the water was up to the top of the boat ramp. It was like there is no ramp. It's still there, but but anyway, and the water was higher than that a couple of days ago to where you couldn't even get to the boat ramp. There's a turnaround there, and it was all flooded. But anyway, did I say hi to you, G? Yeah, I understand. I'm not picking on anybody, and I agree with you. But here's the thing. I'm in listening to some folks talk, like my friend today. He keep repeating the same thing and the same thing, and it's like it went into a loop. It's all right to discuss it and go, well, that guy here, and but then people go, yeah, it's all his fault. It's all Fauci's fault. Fauci's this and Fauci's that, and they won't shut up about it. Yes, he's at fault. Leave it there and don't say his name anymore. And quit. Well, we're blaming him for this. There's a lot of other people to blame besides just him. There's a CDC. There's the, so, but here, my point is we go into this loop of thought and we talk to somebody else and that loop comes back out and we ain't even paying attention because it's like it's our reaction to this. So, GN, I'm not picking on you. I'm not, I swear. But because you all don't do it, you mention it and you leave it alone. Okay, and that's important. But there are folks, and I used to be one of them, that where I kept bringing it up. And my friend, I told him, I said, listen, quit telling yourself my neuropathy, my neuropathy, my neuropathy. Listen, I had it too. I quit taking the medicine. Now he can't. He's he's diabetic and all these other issues. But to the point, my hands don't shake like they used to. And I'm 3 or 4 years older now, maybe even 5 years older now. And if anything, my condition, quote, should have got worse, right? So, but I quit talking about it. I quit giving, oh, my damned arthritis. I quit talking about it. I said, my muscles, I need to work my hands. I quit using the A word, arthritis, Of course, there are other things that I did to my diet and so forth. But my point is, people say, well, how you doing, Dave? Well, my arthritis is kicking up. And I had this list that my brain had memorized. And every time I would go through the list, my neuropathy. Well, my this, well, my that, and blah, blah, blah. And I kept repeating it. Somebody call on the phone. I go through the whole thing, and I realized that, wait a minute, I may be a little sick or whatever, but I keep reinforcing the sickness every time I talk about it. So how do you feel? I'm fair to middling. Well, if somebody says, well, how's your back after you fell? Well, it's still sore. And honestly, my shoulder is giving me fits. Okay. But anyway, it'll be okay. But it's my right shoulder is still, uh, Capricorn is a sign of judgment. No problem. That's, yeah. Well, GN, I think you came in later, but we discussed the population thing. So a lot of people want the population down, and most of them are ETs, bad guys. But some of these leaders have these essences in them. You can kind of tell when you look at their eyes and how they kind of shuffle their eyes around and blink, and it's weird, right? It's a little abnormal for them. But anyway, so my point about this though is that it's okay in a conversation for us to say, that damn FBI. Okay. But then there are some people that they just keep bringing what the FBI or what I'm saying? So that's my point. It's okay to mention it once, but then people don't even realize that. And it's not just FBI, but it's about how they feel. Well, I've got my arthritis. Well, I've got problems. We'll quit. Okay. Well, I've got problems. Every time I do something, I've got problems. All right. So you've already convinced yourself subconsciously that something else is going to come up. You're going to have problems. Everything I do, I got problems. I used to do it. Now you go, wow, I was silly. Or, boy, that sure was a difficult thing. Went over to my friend's house today, and what I had, he didn't have a book on the printer or anything like that. And I was like, oh, God, this is going to be and I go, no, I told myself I'm not going to predestine what's wrong with this computer or why I can't get the printer to run. And there was a quote, the spool, he had documents in queue and the paper was jammed basically. But You had to unjam the paper, but then restart the queue in your printer settings. He didn't know how to do that, and it was as simple as that. So I showed him, and it's like, oh wow, I thought it was the printer. Well, sort of, but and he's letting the cat sleep on top of the printer. That's a no-no right there. I told him, I said, if you're gonna, let the cat sleep there, then put a towel or a blanket or something on it. But anyway, but he kept talking about his neuropathy. Later on, he goes, my damn neuropathy. I was like, I know. Just say my hands are just giving me fits. Okay, that would be a true statement. But to keep talking about it's the neuropathy, and he kept repeating it this afternoon. And I looked at him and I said, Randy, my friend, I used to do the same thing you're doing now. Quit talking about it. Well, I know, but just quit talking about it. Just say, my hands are, better or worse. But every time you say it, you're telling I have neuropathy. Well, my neuropathy is better, but I still have it. And quit talking about it. It really makes a difference when in the grander scheme of things. And in my shaman and training stuff, it's like, oh my God. Because you find yourself sometimes, um, and this is pertinent to the number two, in that look back over your own reactions and the last year and a half since the stuff, right? And look at the how the universe has changed in different countries and different cities, how the news reports it, and how you actually see it on the ground. Go into a building or whatever. Now they still got this thing if you go into a government building, but if you've had the the poke or not, do the hokey pokey and we turn ourselves about. That's what it's all about. You put your right hand in, you put your right hand out, you put your left foot in, and you shake it all about. Anyway, uh, my husband shares a birthday with the great lost boy, Currency Hame. You're a crypto miner. Also, try to be good. If you are too good, it's also not good. Well, there's several things that I've done over the years that I just did as a goodwill, a friend or something. I just looked at the universe and said, I got to do this. You know what I mean? Why? I just have to. Anybody making me or holding a gun to my head? No. And then later on, it's come back in that I remember when that time when you did that for me, and I was like, yeah, but you needed help. Well, I know, but I just want to let you know I remember and I didn't forget it. Well, that's not, I mean this sincerely. That's nice and kind of humbling in that after all these years, you still remember that. But I do the same thing. There are those folks who have done me great favors and thought nothing of it. And I still recall, and I would know, I still remember my buddy Tommy when I had an accident in a Dodson station wagon and he took the engine out of, I bought one that the engine was bad. The engine in my vehicle that I wrecked, I just rebuilt it. So Tommy took the engine out of the new vehicle with the bad motor, took the new one out of the wrecked car, and then put the motor in to the newer vehicle in 2 days by himself in the pouring rain. Wouldn't take any money or anything. And to this day, I'm like, um, a YouTube song channel. Yeah, that would be good. Are you talking to me? But anyway, So I'm not trying to be mean about this, but there are some folks that they're not paying attention. They're not listening to what they're saying. And they think, well, I know this to be true. Okay. But do you have to keep putting, um, energy into, well, it's the FBI or, it's all Fauci's fault. No, it ain't. He's just the spokesperson. You know what I mean? He ain't really controlling the situation. Look at him. He's too fucking stupid. Would anybody really let that man loose? He's got handlers. Think about it, okay? What he said, the way he looks, the way he acts, and how he changes his mind. And you look at him and you go, I can't watch the guy, okay? No, it's like, and he's a doctor of what? No, he needs to have his license revoked just by the way he talks. His brain's nuts, and he's in charge of what? Anyway, but to the point. So should we listen to what he's a spokesperson? But let's listen to what other doctors say. Let's listen to what other virologists say. Let's look at the years of evidence of virology and viruses and so forth. And let's look at the overall numbers, compare, see, change, whatever, And okay, that we can do. But they put an idiot up there because they got to have somebody, they got to pick on some. You're it, dude. You get to go out there and make a goddamn fool of yourself. Have a great day, Doc. Oh, holy crap. Yeah. Oh my God. Now it was only 4-cylinder, just 4-cylinder, but that's not the point. It was in the pouring rain, and he had to literally push the. I had ran it off the road, took out a 6x6 post, leveled it, jumped a ditch, hit my head on the steering wheel. I hit my head on the windshield, busted it. It was a old Dodge station wagon. I hit my elbow on the dash that was metal, not padded, and it beat the crap out of me, and I couldn't help him. And I'm in a sling. I got my head wrapped up, and he's out there in the rain, and and he was like, he wouldn't let me help. Not that I really could have, because I was really hurting. But he had to pull and push the cars in and out by himself to get him in position to where he could pull the motors. A phenomenal guy. He's been my friend for many years. But anyway, but to the point about this though, so we look at the situation and sort of like what a lot of other people have said, another shamans, is that you only participate in their chaos as much as you have to, and then you just stay away. Well, but it's still going on. Yeah, okay. But I am not a part of it. I have to go to the store, so I have to use the, Georgia road, county roads. But I pay my county taxes, so I have the right, because of my license and insurance, that I can drive the roads. Okay, ain't nobody said I can't drive the road around, back roads around here, right? So I know what my limits are. I know what the law is, and so I don't have to keep running it back over. Well, I've got the right to drive on this road. Okay. No, I mean, I've got the right to drive on this road, and nobody can stop me from driving on this road. Well, they can, but I get your point. But I got the right, it's my God given right. Okay. I heard you the first 3 times. So they go into this loop. Okay. And I'm going to do a separate video on looping. Okay. And in my continuing discussion on languages and speaking in the positive. So we have to look at these things that we're thinking honestly. And you go, well, it doesn't really matter. I'm just having a conversation. Okay. For me, I'm talking about me now. For me, I have talked to 6 different people today. So that means I've had this conversation 6 different times. with different people, but it was a conversation. Yeah, but what did I do? I kept talking about this, I kept talking about this, and I kept repeating it's this guy's fault, and it's the, and I realized that I'm giving them power by saying their name over and over, even though I'm pissed at them. But then I realized, well, I really like to choke that mofo. But wait a minute. So see, my reaction to Dr. F, Dr. Fukawi, anyway, the Fukawi bird. Oh, I think I've told this joke before, but it kind of sort of fits with Fukawi and Fuchachi, and So this is just a joke. But in the wilds of Africa, in the grasslands and the plains, there lives this bird called the Fukawi bird. And the Fukawi bird is a small bird, but it can only fly 3 feet off the ground. But now, where can you find the Fukawi bird? He likes to live in tall grass, 4 feet or taller. So, do you know what the mating call is of the bird? Where the fuck are we? Where the fuck are we? Where the fuck are we? Okay. The reason I told that joke is because every time you look at Dr. Fucci, it's where the fuck are we? Right? Well, we're this today. Well, we're this tomorrow. Where the fuck are we? Where the fuck are we? I think it's appropriate. But anyway, so because I look around and there's a lot of Democrats who are going, where the fuck are we? What's up with you people? What are you doing? Wait a minute. We thought this was going to go like this. Nah. Well, but nah, you know. Hmm. So they're not the people that voted supposedly for the guy. Um, See, y'all know who I'm talking about without saying his name, you know? So we can infer something without giving, because we all get the joke, right? Well, it's Biden and it's, it's him and it's her, the guy and her that, took the thingy. Okay. Yeah. Well, you mean, I know who I mean. You know who I mean. You don't have to say their name, you know? Was it Satan? Thinking church lady on Saturday Night Live, Was it Satan? Reverberating loudly, But the idea, though, that let's just pay attention. Let's keep an eye on things. And if you see a mud puddle and it's all the way across the road, and you got to go down the road, there's no way around it. You got to go over it. You can't go around it. You go over it, through it, something, but you can't bypass it. So, but it's just water in the road, right? So, is it running and is it very deep? If so, you might not want to go through it, period. Even though you want to get and you got to get you might not want to go there. You might really have to take the long way around, like 30 miles or something, right? So, but in this understanding though, but it's just a mud puddle and you're walking down the road. So, but anyway, so what you should do is scan and say, well, where's it the deepest, right? I'm going to walk through the shallowest part, or maybe the narrowest part. I can jump over it. So I'm going to survey it. So the first thing we do, there's a lot of flashing going on behind my head. Did y'all see that? That looked like a white flash went behind me. That was weird. There's been some odd things happen to my friend Randy's sitting here in the chair today, and Duggar's on the floor, and one of the balls that he has many toys was underneath the couch, or right on the edge, and all of a sudden the ball just rolled out to the middle of the floor and just stopped, and it kind of wavered a little bit. And Randy looked at me and I looked at him. We both looked down at the ball and he goes, well, that's interesting. Does that happen very often? I said, well, sometimes, Um, I do not want to hear this name Biden because then I get my really bad thought. Exactly. So also by saying the names, if we infer who we're talking about, them folks, and him and her, that's all you got to say, right? But to the point, Roman, that when we say the name and we think about and then all of a sudden our emotions, and then I use words like, I'd like to kill the motherfucker, and I go, whoops, I didn't mean that, but, in some ways and certain things, that's your reaction, whether I'd actually kill him or not. That's not my point, or kill anyone, but it gets your back riled up so much that's you say it. Well, I'd punch that some bitch in the. Well, wait a minute, that's violent. So now, yeah, you don't have to like him, you don't have to get along, but then with our words and our deeds, now we want to kill him. Now we want to hurt him. Now, I'd shoot that some bitch if I could. Or I'd beat the tar out. I'm just saying that I've used though I kind of grew up a hippie as a redneck down here, but leave well enough alone. But if somebody come down here and mess with your stuff, the first thing you say, they come down here and mess with me, I'm gonna fuck them up, so you go, okay, you've stated your case. um so what we need to do is be able to talk in the abstract, but then people go, do you know what they're talking about? Because they don't hear the names. And also, the names don't trigger us into whatever emotional thing it is, right? So, like you, Roman, I do not want to hear this name because then I get really bad thoughts. So, we avoid the name. We know who we're talking about. It pisses us off when we think about them. So, them folk, the president, his gang, just something. But then we become the observer more as shamans in training. So I don't want to get angry every time, which if I used names and talked about certain things, I would feel anger because they're pulling the wool over so many people's eyes, and they're making people live in fear and all the fear of another lockdown. Australia hasn't gotten out of a lockdown. Them mofos over there have got that. If you go to the land down under, you got to stay 11 days in a quarantine. Like what? I mean, that it's nuts. So, what can we do about this? We quit cussing them, even though we don't like them. I hate them dirty bastards, and leave it at that. Well, who do you mean? Them. Well, do you mean Biden? Just shh, quiet. I ain't not. I'm just saying. You know. Yep. Don't like them, but I'm not going to show anger. I'm not going to show fear, and that's where my strength lies, because they can't take that away from me. They can't take that away from me. Here in Australia, we're also many politics. Oh, so you're in Austria? Austria. I'm sorry. This is the question: politics or which? Yep. But anyway, to the point of this though, it is up to us. Yeah, I don't like them either. Well, don't you hate them sons of bitch? Well, calm down. No, I hate them. I mean, all right, calm down. All right, Jethro, calm down. Uh, get the knot out of your drawers. Why ain't wearing no drawers? Well, that's your problem. Go find you some clean drawers and get that took care of. Your ass is showing, but to the world of things, so we know they're there. We can speak on it when we have to and when it's necessary. But for example, I'm not picking on anybody, I promise. But instead of saying, the FBI and the CIA, them three-letter group guys, so it's a way you can refer to them without naming them, so we get it. But it's them, we don't know. And they all lie so much, and there's so much propaganda. And it could, like I said, it could be all of them, it could be none of them, and another whole, party doing something. Cheers, absolutely. But the idea though that we control that. They can't take that away from us. We can be calm. We can understand. We can watch them and go, yeah, something's fishy, but, it's the fucking Nazis. All right, it's Hitler again. Okay, he was seen again in South America. Okay, all right, along with Herman Gurling and all that. Herman Gurgling, anyway. But let's take this to heart. When we take control of these things within our own life, it gives us power. What is that power? It's the power of self assuredness. It's a power that you say, I got this. I see what they're doing. Yep. Now, you watched my older videos a couple of years ago. I'm going to be screaming and hollering about shit. Okay. So you should be able to see the transition in my own training, in my own learning from the universe about this. It doesn't do any good. So, yeah, I get on here sometimes and I rant about a couple of things. We're coming up on the real 420 here on Eastern Daylight Time. And I'm going to call it quits after this because it will be 2 hours. And I think I pretty much beat this this horse to death. And, why keep beating it? But in this understanding of the next level of our spiritualness, our higher vibrations, if we get caught up in the emotions of the words and titles, and when we go through loops of saying the same thing over again, like mine was my arthritis, it was my neuropathy after all these years of my dear friend Randy. And yes, he has a problem, but I heard it so many times just this afternoon in a couple of hours. I'm like, dude, man, you got to stop that. I had to stop it. You got to stop doing. Well, but I know you got it. You know you got it, but you don't have to keep repeating it. Quit saying it out loud. What? And I'm like, I love you, my brother, but quit talking about it. So anyway, um, uh, for what time is it? 4 something. But anyway, so what can we do in the positive? Positively, we can actually make sure that we have control of our own situation. And if you know, this is a strange analogy, but if you for, for whatever reason, you have to go past this airport or something. Okay, but it's a busy airport. All right, there's planes coming um, um in and out all the time. Okay, not necessarily big planes, but a lot of traffic. Okay, so do you walk across the middle of the runway, or do you go to one end? And say, well, I don't know, but there's a lot of traffic, and I'm going to get I don't want to be on the runway when an airplane comes in, right? I might not hear, but so or do you, or if you're crossing a 6-lane highway, do you cross right in the middle, or do you go down to where a traffic light is if one's available and use the crosswalk? You know what I mean? So we have a choice. Well, but the traffic, yeah, okay. And the traffic will kill you. Okay. But Not if you go down and use the walk law, the the walk light thingy, right? So yeah, traffic's dangerous. Yes, it's 6 lanes. Yes, it's busy, but go to the crosswalk. Okay. And so in life, sometimes we need to go to the crosswalk. And just, traffic's going, it's this and that. Do we care? No. What is important to us is getting across the 6 lanes of traffic safely, right? So you walk a little out of the way to go to the crosswalk so you don't get run over by something, right? That's what we need to do. That's one of the analogies to use in this, because they're using number two on us all the time. It ain't just the number two COVID thing, okay? They're number two and on us with a bunch of stuff, right? And we don't get straight answers. We get whatever they make up to tell us. And, like, that building down in Miami, it's like, no, it just didn't fall. Sorry, it just didn't suddenly decide to, whoop, I'm going to give way. And then have the whole building. No, 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 no. Uh, Part of it collapsed, a little bit of this. No, it went down, you know, on purpose. So, they're just freaky things that happen and whatever's, but will we ever hear the true story about that one? I doubt it. You know, that building in Miami was like building 7 in New York City. Okay. Building 7 went down. Did we ever get the real reason why? I mean, how it just no planes or parts or anything that it just went down? No. And Miami's going to be the same thing. But here's the thing, we know they got it. We know they can do this again. And they haven't used this technique, which is odd, in since the 9/11 and the Building 7. Not that any of us have really noticed, right? So, um, this idea that we know they've got the toy to do this, and we know they can take out whole buildings, whole blocks, and kill thousands of people. We know they got it. And they know we know they got it. You know what I mean? Whether it's alien tech or not, doesn't matter. They got it. But when I saw that beam of light blow up that other spaceship over my head a couple of years back, I went, oh, holy crap. And now, had it been lighter, I don't think I would have seen the beam from the second one that shot at the first one. So, in the daylight of things, plus the cameras, none of them were looking up at the sky. Was it hit by some kind of scalar technology from a satellite? Very possible, right? So we know they got something. We're not sure what, but they got it. We know that they can control the weather. We know that they're putting stuff in the virus that you get poked with that could be harmful to humans. And that with the RNA and those sequences and some of the vaccines, not all vaccines have that. So they're tampering with your DNA. Now, if this bad guy routine, how do you take over a country from within? Okay. You don't go, attacking the you don't do a landing, a frontal landing on Jersey shores. You know what I mean? Hey, Deborah, how are you? So we No, they would, come through the swamps of Georgia or Florida. There were reports of Russians in the swamps down in Tate's Hell and in the panhandle of Florida in the swamps there. They were supposedly doing drills. And people is like seeing these great big 6'4", tough, Russian guys, don't get easy, you sell pop here, you know. Um, the truth is the vaccine is the virus, whatever, right? But see, there's different, the one in USSR is different than actually it's not USSR, it's Russia. But anyway, the motherland. Um, the So depending on which company made it will depend on what you actually get out of this or not. So you can get a number two and a number three, and maybe even join a piss party where you're the instrument of everybody's pissing on you. In that well, they gave you this line of lies, and here you are getting crapped on and pissed on, and possibly dead. So there's enough things in this world to kill me. Yeah, I think it's the Sputnik V. They said that they've, that it's, it was safer than some of the others. Not that every dose is safe, but, because there's stuff that can happen. But anyway. Yeah, I'm glad I could be here, Deborah. It was just the middle of the night and I wasn't really sleepy. My sleep pattern's been interrupted and rerouted, and so I was like, damn, I'm haven't done a video in a couple of days. I've had other stuff to do. Plus I went through about a 36-hour, catch up sleep. But anyway, I am getting some stuff done, not as much as I'd like, but I am getting better. And I at my friend's house today, and I consider my place to be not nasty, but I keep the floor swept and mopped and stuff like that, and but I still got a couple of dirty corners and that kind of thing, and that I'm working on slowly, but working on. And I went to my friend's house, and I was like, oh my God, how certain people have learned to live in squalor, I guess. I love my friend, and I know some other people like that. And I came home and said, that just gave me impetus to continue to throw stuff out and clean, and for whatever reason, you go, well, it's been like that for the last 3 years. Who cares, right? You get used to, there's certain cobwebs in over here or over there. How long they've been there? I don't know, a couple of years. What do you mean? Well, I'm sure I've cleaned them down a time or two, but then the spiders just make them back up, and I go, and. So, but that's not the point. The point is caring, that you get used to a particular, um, living in a toxic dump. I couldn't stay in his house because, well, I worked for a rental company as their maintenance man, carpenter, plumber, electrician, all of the above, and for 150 properties in Thomasville. And some of these places had a lot of roaches, and there's that roach smell that gets into a place, that it's buggy. And I walked in the door and went, oh my God, I hope this don't take long. And I know that with all the rain and everything, that I've got little places in the house that I've got um, um, mold blooms, and I keep washing this stuff, and it keeps blooming. And I'm like, what am I not doing right? Right. But anyway, but it's the river's up to 9 feet, and you can't even see the boat ramp. And we've had a lot of water. There's water in the backyard. It's not been like this in quite a few years. So what small bit of mold issues I had before, because my house sits on the edge of the swamp and on the ground, two really bad combinations. I should have moved up the hill just a little bit. But anyway, so it is what it is. But it's the repetition of it. It's like I just cleaned that spot over there the other day with a good, cloth and thing, and then I went back over and sprayed it with some, furniture polish, because my house is wood. I keep it, I do furniture polish on the walls and ceilings and stuff. But anyway, and it's like, and then 2 days later, I go, the mold's back. What the fuck, But so anyway, I'm working on it. 4:17. We got 3 minutes. So, but anyway, um, the idea though, we need to stay out of their chaos. Now, you know me, I don't like to use yeah, Deborah, I've got some bleach wipes, because I don't want to, if I use bleach on my wood, then I'll have bleach streaks and it'll take the stain and everything off of it. So I've been trying to be gentle, but I've used ammonia. I've used straight vinegar, uh, other soap products, kind of thing, like antifungal, and wipe over it and clean it, and then wipe it down, and then put a little uh, furniture polish back over the, certain places where the wood is in here. And there's certain places where it just keeps coming back, and it's just odd. Okay, just saying, it's just odd. But one of the many things that has like kept me busy, I keep doing it over and over and over, and okay. So what, it can piss me off if I let it, but I choose not to. So 419, if you got it, smoke it. If not, and here's something that is very not, I want to say strange or odd, but I'm not quite sure it fits. With the people that I know and have met and so forth, I know there are people who are taking CBDs, or, oils and extracts and things like that, right? Um, who would have never smoked a joint or never got high or anything like that, but they're doing the medicinal thingy, right? And a few of them are, toking it out too. Um, so, but it's this thing but there are a lot more people who smoke weed now, just in general, that like, well, he smokes weed, does he? Well, yeah, and his mama smokes weed. What? Yeah, she's in her 70s. I'm like, well, 70s. Well, damn it, I'm another year and I'm gonna be 70. So, okay, so I'm a 70-year-old that smokes weed. Okay, but wait a minute. So there are all these people who are like doing some kind of weed, one way or the other, in Florida, up north, and over here, or in the mountains. I mean, everybody's got some weed. Well, what about them? Well, they don't smoke. My um, my niece Jennifer, she doesn't smoke, or none of their kids, but um, which is okay, because me and her mom have been smoking for a long time, but she's very respectful and let us have our thing outside. And it wasn't like I was smoking all the time, but we'd go out and smoke a bowl, and the kids run around, whatever, and we didn't make no big deal out of it. But also respect her for not, you know what I mean? Um, but it's amazing how many people, yeah, a lot better than taking med pills. Well, in talking with my friend Randy today, back when right after he had his cancer surgery, they put a bag on him and all that stuff, and his diet's all screwed up, and he died twice on the table during the surgery. So it was a rough surgery for him. And he goes, Dave, he was having problems with the chemo and everything, and he was over here one day, and I took some weed. I've got I've saved up every month a little bit left over, and I got some that goes back a year, and just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So I told him, I said, look, I got some of my quote older stuff that's fine. It's sort of lost some of its smell, but it's still good. It still gets you high. And he never smoked much anyway in his lifetime as a truck driver and always getting tested. But now that he's retired and everything, and it's like, well, who's going to test me now? I can smoke. But anyway, he said, he said, I swear to you, this is what he told me today. He said, I swear to you, if I hadn't had that little bit of smoke that you gave me, he said, I just don't think I could have made it. And he said, but when I talked to my surgeon, he said, I told him, and he said, the surgeon said, I would, if I could have, I would have prescribed it for you because it's great for that kind of thing. And so I was like, it's one of those things, you say, well, did I have to give him some of my stash? Nah, but I did, because I knew it would help him, right? So did anybody kick me? I said, no, I talked about this 2 hours ago, in that there are times when you do something and just because you need to do it. And then later on, it comes back and it goes, look, thank you very much. It really helped me, and etc. So in saying, Deborah, about taking med pills, that's absolutely right. And he goes, he said, calm me down and did this and that, blah, blah, blah. So I gave him a little bit today too. And I said, here, take this home. And, your neuropathy, I said, you need to get off your meds or something. You need to be careful. And if this will help stabilize you and calm you down, for God's sakes, take a couple of hits a day. What's it going to hurt you? And he was like, well, okay. So um, I'm a happy little hippie passing around, uh, back in the days when, you could buy an ounce for $20, a great big ounce, right? 4-finger bag, man, um, with a thumb. Um, but the idea that, though, that if you can look into the future a little bit, and I talked about this in another video about, I'm calling it future karma, whereas other folks pay it forward. Okay, I don't want to pay anything forward, but I can work towards my future karma. Dr. Dave, you're, yeah, well, I just, there are things that's just is my example though. And if um, Barry were here tonight, this morning, we had chat on the phone the other day, and he said, he said, I've been reading up on this mullein. And he goes, man, he said, you're absolutely right about this stuff. And he said, I found some growing and blah, 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 blah. And he said, that mullein's really some good stuff, ain't it? And I was like, yeah. He goes, everything that you talked about with me, both in the video and also on the phone with him, right? And he's gotten some books, and he's like, I've read, he said, I was reading this stuff, and he goes, it was like it was exactly like you told me or said. It's almost like you were reading out of this book. And I know a lot of stuff, and I always say check behind me, but this is what I know, and I've checked out of 4 or 5 different books and 2 different truly medicine men that honest to God have a degree in this stuff, and been doing it for years as medicinals. So but I can't mix up a potion. I can't mix up. I know about how to, not a potion, but a tincture or something like that. Uh, like Granny's rheumatism medicine, right? Taking a hit off that big jug, but and there's a lot to that, because like gin, if you make gin's made out of juniper berries, or some of it is, and whereas vodka is made like with potatoes or something. So, but to the point though, what's in the juniper berries, um, there's an extract that is actually good for you. So if you drink gin, this was a doctor who he was a PhD, piled higher and deeper, but he drank gin and he said, it's got its own medicinal benefits as gin, especially certain kinds. And if I'm going to drink alcohol, then, let me get the benefits, whereas drinking whiskey but anyway. So, um, but to make a tincture, to make a wrap, to something like that, and to learn it. And now my friend Rob was here the other day and he goes, I was down on the road, such and such. And he said, you know what? He said, I saw a couple of them mullein plants down there. He said, it grown by the side of the road and blah, blah. And I said, really? So we're going to go dirt road riding. There's some mullein around here. But so, and um, I had a really nice, email today from a friend. And in that, thank you, Mr. Dave, for what you do. Thank you, Hawkeye. And it's like, I sit here and I gab about stuff, and I really hope that somebody listens or that they get something out. And, whether you believe me, I never said follow me, like me. I'm not into that. We're having a conversation. And so, but um, the truth as I see it, and I will question the truth every time, even if I see it for myself. I'm going to question my own observations, and I'm going to run it through the guys and gals upstairs. you know does this fly? So, but with this understanding of the universe, and the more we see it, we can walk along the sidewalk and stay out of the traffic. We can cross the traffic, especially at a cross lane. So in life, it's like that. Do we want to continuously worry about the traffic when we know all we got to do is walk down the sidewalk and hit the button and the cross and go at the crosswalks? Well, but it's 6 lanes of traffic. See, you can keep talking about that, but if you know that this is the procedure to get across that, there's a mud puddle, there's a narrow spot, you can jump over it and not get your feet wet or whatever. There are things, if we observe, then we can stay out of the chaos. The chaos and the madness goes on whether we like it or not. It's how we participate. And in that Dante video that had Mel Gibson in it, he was talking about the same thing. He said, that I've learned that you can stay on the fringes of things and still participate, but not be active or some, and it takes a while to get used to. And but if you do it, um, it's very beneficial. So to that point, it's like, yeah, and life is like that. Sliced bologna and cheese on rye. Life's like that. I've been thinking about something. Delaney, you got relatives down in the South, did you say? Anyway, um, having lived in Tampa most of my life, I'm changing the subject like I'm off due. But I was thinking today, and I got to find some. But living in Tampa, there's a lot of Cuban, Spanish, some Italian mob in there too. Uh, Influence in Tampa, and when I was growing up, some of the diners and places, the Spanish Park restaurant down in Ybor City was like the bomb. And person is person, personal, human is human. Yeah, but some humans ain't really a. I don't think I'm picking on you, Roman. I think some of these people look like humans, but they ain't. Anyway, um, I'm just saying. I bet some strange individuals in this world, and whether they were alien or not, I don't know, but they didn't. They didn't seem to fit right. You know what I mean? But anyway, so um, as you know, I hate to use the word and terminology of the Matrix, but it's their Matrix. I've talked about this a lot over the last couple of years. My training for myself was to get out of their Matrix. Well, it's their, yeah, I don't even use the word, right? There's the Matrix and the spider web woman on the universe that connects all things together, with spider web type magnetic lines and, and all these other kind of things that have been proven to actually exist in the universe, not so much the spider, but the webbing. And so that, wow, isn't that interesting? If you take this little planet and you look at it from a giant spider's perspective, and the planet's just this little ball of stuff, right? At my friend's soil company, last time there was a black eyed. Oh, he was so afraid. I got you. I ain't saying that they ain't around here, but it seems to in certain places, and I guess maybe for what a lot of reasons, I'm still down here in South Georgia. But yeah, I have witnessed some of those type things. I've also witnessed some red-eyed, kind of sort of green-eyed, really dark entities, and I'm not sure that they were bad entities, but because they were dark and I couldn't tell, I think part of it was my fear, that not necessarily were they bad, although there were some really bad ones around. And they did, in a lot of ways, harm me and some other people. So I know they exist. But native shamans and have known that these spirits exist on other planes and different realities. And I hate to say this, but also, hey, Katniss, good morning and sending love right to you. But that if we if if we if we put it forward with our words, like, I keep bitching about the same thing all the time. You haven't heard me bitch about plastic in a while, by the way, but it's still very real. And there are a lot of other things. But to the point, though, I feel like I've said my piece to the universe, um, and I can go back to the other videos and go, well, I talked about that. Yeah, but it's been a while, and maybe I should just remind folk, okay. But one of the things that's come up along with this, number two, they're crapping on our water in a lot of ways. I mean, they're crapping in the water. Uh, Everywhere that I went on my trip, nobody drank water out of the tap, except the people at the end of a road high on the mountain that had a deep well. And their water tasted, minerally like my water does. And but good water. But them was the only folks. Everybody else toted water from some place to drink it. Now they had water. They could have used it. They use it in cooking and stuff. Um, but the idea, though, that they they have already messed up water in a lot of places. the deep drilling and they're putting poison down in when they're fracking, and to get rid of chemical waste and so forth from industries and stuff. It's a big business. But the idea that it's also contaminating the groundwater in so many places, and it's like the fact that I have a deep well, the fact that there's water sitting in my backyard back here because of all the extra rain. Um, if it's nice tomorrow, I should go check. Yeah. I really want to put my well that I've started down deeper, because I need to get it down to 20 foot. And I've got it down to 10 foot. So I've only got 10 more foot to go, which ain't really that far. And if I can punch through, I'm going to have some really good, clean water, without as much clay as I got up on the hill, because I had a cave in and I haven't had the opportunity to get down there and clean it out. So I have red clay. The water looks clear when it comes out, but if you let it sit, the clay will collect. Anyway, doesn't hurt you. I'm still alive, and like I said before, a lot of folks eat clay to help keep the different toxins and stuff out of their body. So the things that all my friends said were going to kill me, some of them are dead now, because I've got a shallow well. But at the same point, it's like, but I knock on wood, I don't have those issues. Now, what's that got to do with number two? Number two is tied into all of this. Why are they saying there's a second, co thing now anyway? They brought it up almost a year ago, and that, well, there might be another strain. We have to think about this because they have lied to us repeatedly about so many things. Omitted the truth on a lot of stuff. So here's the thing: we need to be more discerning with what we're looking at. We need to stay calm about this and stop repeating Fauci, stop repeating using the word, stop repeating, the thingy. And, I mean, we refer to it in the offhanded way, because then those spirits who are listening, those spirits who are like trying to tag us, it's like in Facebook messages. And somebody said, well, I got put in Facebook prison, twice last year. Okay, what'd you do? Well, I posted this and that and that and this. And I looked at him and said, you knew they were going to do that? And he goes, yeah, well, I kind of expected it. So but you got mad because they put you in Facebook prison, because you knew you posted something. It was probably going to, and posted anyway. Yeah. Okay. So then whose fault is it? Is it Facebook's fault, or is it your fault? Because you knew it probably wasn't going to fly. So now, can we talk about something and get our point across without getting flagged, without going to, YouTube prison or whatever? Knock on wood. They've had a couple of that they said was inappropriate. I had, it was the night I tried to be a DJ and I played some music. I think I played Fool on the Hill, and the damn algorithm picked up the music in the video and flagged it, and they wouldn't let me, and they took it off. Anyway. So I could do a live show and play live music as long as I deleted it afterwards. In other words, do it, and then they say, do you want to save it or do you want to, delete? And so if I could do a live show and have fun and play music and everything, and the FCC ain't going to come get me, and YouTube can't put me in YouTube prison, because if I don't save it and it doesn't go in the archives, or I don't publish it, you know what I mean? So there are ways of getting around stuff, you know what I mean? So Do you have to go nose to nose and bitch at them? Well, they took my thing down. How did they know? Yeah. Well, now that I know that they can do that, I might do and play some music and stuff and do a DJ kind of radio show and not save it. Just do it live and then delete it. So we can have fun. I can still play DJ like I've always done and would like to do again. And not get put in Facebook or YouTube jail. You know what I mean? Good water is one of the keys. Yeah, hemp, they can make plastic from it now. Yeah, they've had biodegradable plastics that are made kind of sort of with cornstarch or starch, and the starches can come from different things. Um, Legos made into new ones are hemp and break down in the landfill. Yep. Um, we had back when I went on the Buffalo River back in 2002, I think. They have these biodegradable plastic bags that you take for garbage, and that was back in 2002. But that it's not plastic. It's looks like plastic. You can eat it. Actually, it might give you indigestion, but yeah, the Facebook prison thing. Yeah. But to the point, so this is all examples of how do we pay attention. So we mention stuff, we have the discussion, but we choose our words in such a way that we don't go to prison. We still pass the notes. I mean, it's not really a code, but if you don't use certain key words all the time, the algorithms won't pick it up. And you can talk about anything you want to by innuendo and insinuate. Well, but you talked about this. Are you sure? Well, but did I mention anything about that? Well, you said about, well, all them folk and and I assumed, well, you assumed, you made an ass out of yourself, not out of me. But so this idea though, so how we go about moving into the future is that we become tactical about it. Tactical, yes. It's uh, uh, the pen is mightier than the sword, so to speak. So, how we choose our words, how we title things, how we use phrases, just in general, because I don't want to speak it into the universe. I don't want to, quote, manifest it. I don't want it to become truth. You know, I know it's there. I know there are demons around, but, there are some folks that, well, the demon's this and the evil that and the thing. Okay, I know. Just quit talking about it. But the evil, the thingy, and I know, I got it. Quit talking about it. And the evil and the thing, and I got it. Quit talking about it. Like pulling cards, and you pull the rabbit card, and the rabbit card is that, fear. And that, he calls the other animals to come and eat him. So we can't do that. And yes, I really do want to do a card reading night. Um, but my energy's been so off that I don't want to do readings and me being, not quite synced up with stuff. I don't, I would hate to make a mistake and pull a wrong card for someone. That's my point. So anyway, but I still, really do want to do um, a card reading. But anyway, in doing the cards in the past and hearing the messages that came out of the, from the different cards from the animals as they speak, and you look at it and you go, there's a lot to this thing about if you saw a hawk and okay, and I saw hummingbird a couple of times, and I, just yesterday and today, and there was some other thing, and you go, wow, there's a little bluebird that I saw riding down the road today, and flying down in a ditch, and I was like, wow, I haven't seen one of those around here in a while, kind of thing. So, you see things out of the corner of your eye, you're more aware of stuff, and you pay attention. So this becomes your reality. Now, I'm excited when see the river and it's up, and, it's not so bad. Maybe we can go floating if we don't get more rain, right? Soon, like soon, me and Duggar can go paddling. The water's really up, let me tell you. It'd be interesting paddling, though. Um, Invitation's still open. Anybody wants to go. Um, but this idea, though, that, the number two, the second dose, the second round, the second, all this stuff, they're hinting strongly. Now, do we ignore them? Now, so if we talk about this, and just talk about number two, you know, uh, you know, this number two thing they're coming out with that we're all supposed to be scared of, and people go number two, and like the number one, and we've all been in the shutdown. People are going to get number two because it's the second version, right? They're going to get it. So we can still speak about this stuff. We can still, but without beating our fist and blaming and thising and thatting, when the blame needs to go a whole lot farther than Dr. Fucci. You know, he's just the fall guy. He's the scapegoat, as we were just, I think Roman, you brought it up. Somebody did. Hey, Katniss. But anyway, so with that said, it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning, and it's been a long day for me. It's been 24 hours I've been awake, almost. And I laid down and took a couple of little cat naps, like 15, 20-minute power nap. But whatever's going on in the cosmos with the solar energies, the cosmic radiation, and checking the Schumann resonance today several times, the machine was whacked out. It wasn't even on. The website wouldn't even come up. Parents who got jabbed are infecting their babies. Yeah, in bad ways. But with all the people that they say have taken the shots, most of the people that I talked to while I was gone had not had the shot and weren't wearing masks and didn't seem to care. You know, like them folks in Tennessee were like, we don't, what? Ain't no virus going to get us. Um, but anyway, and I think that if we can call it to us, if we're going to get sick, we can call the sickness to us. So there are things like vitamin D, L-lysine. There's a ivermectin. There's a couple other things that are really simple to take that will keep us from getting sick without any need for a shot. So why not take a proactive medicine that has been proven to work in many cases by many doctors, my doctor included, and that there are certain vitamins and dietary things that you can make sure that you have, and it will keep you from getting it. It'll build your immune system up. So why shouldn't we be doing that, right? Instead of getting poked. So, but to the point though, so we need to watch out for number two. But there are a lot of other things. There are a lot of other number twos with this, because their plan is to dump the outhouse on us. Okay. They're going to dump a porta-john on us, the amount of shite they're going to dump. they're going to dump a heap load, and we're going to have to get snorkels and fins, and we're going to have to learn how to swim upstream. I'm still learning it, but I think I learned to be less about all because I had really a hard time with this last month. You know, the 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 idea of, kiss, keep it simple, silly, is very important because life is complicated in and of itself. So let's not make it any harder than we need to. So, and talking with my friend over there, my next door neighbor, we were comparing piles of stuff. Um, and me neither. Well, I got sick to my stomach after eating something up north on the trip, but that's the first time I'd been sick in years, Delaney. I agree with you. Um, but so my friend Randall, he he has less. I'll just say he has less money added to whatever, and we get about the same every month. But I used to be broke at the end of every month, and I'm not now. And I have gained enough stuff. I've actually invested in things, years ago that I'm still holding on to, extra food, some other things, some batteries and stuff. And since I've got my a buildup of stuff, um, I'm not spending any money. And so I've got money in the bank now that I haven't been this rich in a long time, since I got my big payout check way back when. And I don't owe anything. I was able to pay my 6 months of car insurance at 200 something dollars and not really feel it. I mean, like, okay, got the money, here we go. I got money already saved for my uh, property tax this year, which is less than $400. Thank you very much. At 365 ish. So that's tolerable, but still, that's too much. But anyway, um, vitamin C, so on, try natural healing. Yep, I agree. I literally haven't been sick. Got the flu from the doctor's office. Yeah, same here. Finally, not drowning to survive. Yep. And and the thing is that one of the things when I took lifeguard courses, and also being I was on the beach all the time back way back in the 60s and all, and early 70s, and that if you get tumped over or wave hits you, the biggest thing you learn is to not panic. And one of the other big things is, like, regardless of how good you are with swimming, can you not panic? So one of the things that they taught us in the lifeguard class that I had was that, you know to swim with one arm, kind of thing. Because if you're swimming with carrying a person back or whatever, um, then you're literally swimming with one arm. So you swim with one arm. And one of the things was they would give you a brick, and they'd toss it in, and you'd have to go to the bottom of the pool and get this brick. I know, what's that got to do with the virus? You stay healthy and you train and you learn how to hold your breath. And you may not be able to keep your head above water, but you don't sink to the bottom. So you come up, get some air, and some people would be struggling, like, I need more air, I need more air, and you panic. And so you learn to keep your cool in the water, you don't panic. Well, I just hold my breath. Well, the turbulence and everything, well, I practiced holding my breath, and I could do it for almost 2 minutes. I got up to 2 minute mark and tried. I don't know if I ever broke it, but I know I could hold my breath for 2 minutes, which is not really that long. But for most people, 30, 40 seconds is a long time to hold their breath. So if you learn to control your breathing, you learn so it, and take the panic out of it. It's just water, and and I'm remembering the times and being tossed into waves like surfing and doing that kind of thing. We used to do body surfing back in the day. Uh, Never saw the need for a board, but anyway, because the waves were never that high in clear water. But anyway, so, but you don't panic. So, in the world of things, in swimming with the sharks and swimming with all the crazy people and swimming with the aliens, what do? We learn how to hold our breath at times and not panic because we can come up for another breath of air and back down we go. But we're comfortable because we know we can hold our breath for 2 minutes. We know we're not going to drown because we've got control of the situation. So, in this idea of the water of life and the flow of humanity, we don't sink. There are times when we got to hold our breath. There are times when we got to swim with one arm. There are times when we can't use either of our arms and we have to just kick. you know Sometimes we have to do the dead man float, just to relax and to rest. What's a dead man float? Well, you can do it, face up. I could never do it, but I could do a face down dead man float, and hold my breath and do controlled breathing. Lift your head up long enough and just go back down and just let yourself be limp in the water. You kind of, you're tired, you've been swimming, it's whatever. And so you don't want to drown. So you control you take a rest and you just float and you just dead man float. You just relax and let your thing and da 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 da. But there are people who are panicked. So there are people who can drown in a mud puddle. But to the point though, if you understand, man, there is some crazy shit going on here tonight. Wow, I've seen this little orby thing over here earlier and something just flashed right there. Anyway, seen any orbs go by anybody? I haven't been paying attention. There was something in here that I visually could see. But anyway, strange times, at Ridgemont High. I never trust teachers, priests, and doctors. Yeah, but I've lived too long in my own dark, get overweight, and so on. Everything to do not make sense for years. Now I'm blessed with good condition. Only this money thing I don't understand. Yep. For me, I just parsed it down. I said, look, I'm going to get $1,000 a month for the rest of my life unless the government hiccups or something, right? And they sent me extra money, so and I still got most of my extra money. um, and so there was some, I mean, a year ago, well, it's 2 years ago, maybe three. I've learned this for a while. I've been saving money by not spending it. A penny saved is a penny earned. Oh my God, it's so true, really. So over these last couple of years, I've got money left over from the end of the month because I buy what I need, I splurge a little bit, but then there are times when I look at something and I go, I don't really need that right now, but I want it. Yeah, there's a want, there's a need. I talked about that a couple of years ago in some videos. And it is about want or need, and our brain thinks that we need it when it's actually the brain wants it. So lots of different things pop up all the time. Do you need it or do you want it? I want to take another hit off of this, but do I need it? One could argue maybe not. But do I want it? Absolutely. So I'm going to fire this up one more time. But So with money, people, they some folks are too cheap. Like I love my sister, I do, and she realized that the plan that she had for her cell phone sucked, and if she had to pay more, she would. But you know, her cell phone was absolutely zero good while we were gone, and it's not that old of one. It's just a simple one, right? So, but anyway, but then there are people who, well, I've got a cell phone and I want this thing and I got to have this and it's necessary. And I went through a bunch of that stuff. And you can put yourself in situations where, I haven't gone out to eat in a while, so I'm going out to eat. Do you have any money? Not really, but I'm going to splurge. That was me. Okay. I haven't been out to eat in 2 weeks. So, I'm going to go splurge. All right. And then you're broke. And then you go, what did you do that for? You could have had something at the house. So we do some things for the pleasure of them. And, one of the things that I think that if we all stay in the mindset, we are all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. We are. And I've had some folks, say wonderful things and say, yep, I agree. And that it's when you understand that we already belong and you understand, and the more you get it, the more it sinks in, and the more you're aware of things and stuff, you go, oh my God, we're all, members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. Holy shit. Oh wow. And another something, an awareness or something will happen, you go, soul tribe, oh my God, we're part of the League of Like-Minded Beings. Oh my God. Yeah, we are. And it's like, it's awesome when you realize it. It's awesome when you can, just the knowledge that we're all connected, the knowledge that when we all practice these things together, is it cult like? Maybe. But speaking in the positive, or staying out of loopy subjects that will call maybe some of these evil weevils towards us, versus, not giving life or energy to the words that we use and being careful. That's how we fix the future. Why? Because the more people that understand it, oh, well, Hawkeye, now you're talking about some kind of cult like thing. Well, not really. I mean, it's like I say, okay, we're all going to speak pig Latin, you know. I didn't know pigs knew Latin. Did you? But, grunt, grunt, groin, groin, right? You know. But so anyway, so with this understanding, you say, but so we all know pig Latin. Okay. Um, does the computer, Bob, do you know pig Latin? You know, so we could use some things in pig Latin or Kazarni, and on the carnival, there were a lot of folks who, and it depended on where you were, but they talked in Kazarni, and so it was Carney, Kazarni. So in certain words, you would use the Kaz kind of thing, and that other carnies would know what you were talking about, because it was sort of, you could have a conversation in front of a lot full of marks and they would know what you were talking about, because you'd be Kazarni. And so they'd look at you and go, what? And it's our little code word thingy. It's our language, it's the twins thing, So, but when you learn it, when you understand it, it's a powerful thing. Why? Because you can talk Kazarni to another carney in front of a whole crowd and they don't know what you're talking about. That's powerful. Because if you're a carney and you're in a bad neighborhood, which we were a time or two thrown out of Cuthbert, Georgia, for example, because the local black community rioted because they kept pinching one of my friends on the butt, in the glass pitch. But anyway, and they started to riot, and blamed us whiteys for it. That it was a bad way, you know. We weren't allowed to go back into Cuthbert for a long time. But anyway, um, but so we could have conversation with someone and them not know what we were talking about. So, it comes in handy. So in that, it's powerful. So those folks, the League of Like-Minded Being, like carnies or gypsies or soul tribe, whatever it is, if we've had conversation together and you know what we mean, it doesn't mean that we're excluding the rest of the universe, but we know what we're talking about. We know what we mean. Somebody says Bosto. Okay, you know what that means, right? So a favor. Okay, you're going to do a favor for me? That's not what we mean by that. Okay. So, but when you're part of this knowledge, it's not really a club, but it's part of the league we're already members of. But when we understand this communication between us, doesn't it make us more powerful? And why? Because it gives us strength. That's power. If it gives you strength in your own convictions, if it gives you strength to get up every morning and go to work, if it gives you strength like it does me, my back hurts so bad, I'm screaming, I can't walk. I go out, I tell the dog, we're going to lay down for a minute. I take a couple of ibuprofen and then get up and go walk, you know, go work it out, stretch it out, Dave, you know. So we participate where we need to, uh, like the series Them I finished in one night. Them, Bosnian, Slovakian, Slovenian man. You know, in watching movies and stuff, I don't know why. There's a part of me I think I was Russian. I'm not making this up. There are just certain things that I I I hear. Um, I did a Let me back up. I did a lot of audio recording, and I did soundtracks for plays and things and stuff. A lot of soundtracks. And so, what was called for in this one thing was a Russian folk song, and so I had to go through this whole section of Russian folk songs and this and that, balalakas and this and that. Oh my God, the music. And I was like, I felt right at home. And I was like, I'd never heard some of these songs or the music. I didn't understand the words, but the lyrics and the song and the timbre and the thing. And I'm like, I feel like I was Russian at some point. There are other reasons too, but anyway. So I have this thing for that area over there. I wish I knew more about, for whatever reason. I just feel like I'd go over there and feel at home or something. I'm Russian soul. Yeah. Somehow, not any, I wasn't a czar or anything, but I do feel that I fought for the homeland, the motherland. I've seen movies and stuff, and there are times for me, at being an actor and having done shows and all this stuff, I will look at the characters within a movie, and some of them I will like identify with, you know, or I can get their point of view, or maybe I don't get their point of view. I also hear this, and often some tears are coming. I bet you was a tart. I have no idea. I have vivid memories of being a swordsman, and I I want to say the Knights Templar, and I want to say about 13th century. Um, that somehow I was involved, um, because of my sword fighting thing I've talked about before, and we're coming up on another 20. I wonder if I got enough in here. Might have to add a. think I'll, I think I'm gonna add a little piece to the top of this. But anyway, so what's this got to do with the number two? Because we need to keep an eye on what these sons of bitches are up to. Pardon my language. I'm been I've cussed more tonight than I normally do, and I apologize. It's been one of those days. Yesterday, later on in the evening, and I tried to check the Schumann residence, and the line was out. Um, but I almost had a panic attack. I mean, I was like, "What's going on here?" My arm was shaking. I was like, "What the hell's going on here?" Uh, it seemed like there was something pissing me off, or I was like, I got short with the dog. I was like, "Damn it, dog!" I was like, "Whoa, come here, let me pet you." That came out wrong right from the get go, and I couldn't stop it. It came out, but I took it back right away. But this idea, though, that it's like today I was a little jittery, but I know there seems to be something going on in the space time continuum right now. I can't put my finger on it, but since I've had that conversation the other night about timelines and stuff when it got brought up, and I know there are a lot of folks who disagree with me about the timeline thing, but all I ask is that if you've not watched the video, go back and watch the video and just have an open mind about timelines and time, because we create it and it's all in our perception. And this thing about aliens changing timelines and all this kind of stuff, you and I are changing the timelines right now by our actions, our non-actions, our reactions. So if we don't react to something, then the timeline changes, right? Because we changed whatever somebody thought was going to happen. So we have changed the timeline, get this, of the folks, whoever they may be, cabal or otherwise, doesn't matter. We don't care what their names are. It's them who want the agenda, whoever they are. And it could be a lot of different groups that want the same thing, mind you that. And that doesn't mean that they get along, okay? So we keep an eye on what's going on. And by noticing, and our our nonchalance to some of the things that are going on, like mentioning the B word, who I mean, B, but we'll leave it at that. Um, I do not find the English one. Die Liesenkrieger von Ewan. Whoa. Templar chants are also very tearful. I hear often in Latin. Oh my goodness. Um, yeah, I'm having grown up a Catholic, I sang, Dominus vobiscum et cum spiritu tuo, oremus, in a church in a big hall. That sounds really cool. But I've learned that type of singing by being in church. And at the time, I thought I was going to be a monk or a priest or whatever. And then I turned out to be this hippie guy, you know. But, I, I'm priestly and monkly in my ways. Anyway, um, 3 minutes. Okay. I got to get the fire hot here. I can't prove my Templar thing or anything like that, right? But way back in the day, there was something that Dante put on his channel, and he showed this thing, and they were holding this castle, or a few of the Knights Templar took it over. But whatever it was, I was like, I got such a rush of OMG. I was there watching it. I all of a sudden I became part of the battle and the going up the battlements and the thing. And I was like, and then you make a right turn. And then in the film, they made actually, I was going right, but they made a left turn. But anyway, but to the point, they made a turn. And I was like, and there's a set of stairs. And I was like, I'd never seen this movie, had never seen these clips, but I knew what was fixing to happen next with the scene. And I was like, now that was too creepy. Hey, Ian, how are you? But to the point of stuff that we remember and asking, can some post his channel? Um, whose channel, Deborah? It's early in the morning and I'm lost track. Are you talking about Dante? It's this. Just go on to YouTube and type in the cause. That's it. Dante, the cause. That's all you got to do, Deborah. Just type in the cause. And it's not named after him. Did you see where I typed it in? It's the cause. Just type it into YouTube and it'll take you there. Okay. And there are other things, but Dante is one of the, So, for example, in having that short conversation, people have asked me over the years. They say, why are you doing this? Why do you want to be the shaman? Why do you want to do this? Because I want to learn how to do good things. I want to learn how to make use of the energies of the universe. I want to be able to utilize my own talents and, dare I say, powers, but they are, um, in that to help folks out and to create a better environment and to, so my intent. And of course, I got, you know, visited several times by Mother Mary, and I've had quite a few conversations with an entity known as White Dove, and the plus, people on this planet like Kashka, the Legend Keeper from the Tlinket, the time I spent with the Medicine Man, who was a great grandson of Crazy Horse from out in out that way. And so, my opportunities of traveling around and with the powwows and meeting these people and um, yeah, they skip around. And here's the thing I would also suggest, as Roman says, if it says like Book of the Foreshadowing, for example, start at the first one, start at the lowest number and go through them. Now you can skip to another subject, but always start with the first one and then go part A, part A1, part A1A. That Dante sometimes would throw little things in, and like instead of just 1, 2, 3, 4 parts, it's 1A, then it's 2B, then it's 3. So, but anyway, start at the lowest number. Yeah. Do you, Roman? Do you have Nick's the Ferris? I think it is. If I leave this page here, I'll get lost. But um, and I think the other one is Damir or Damkir or something like that. Anyway, uh, but they just show repeats. But sometimes they'll put a video on Damir's channel, but not on the channel with Cause. So, but Deborah, start. You want to get to know Dante, then start with the Cause. Um, I'm very thankful to the Cause, so I learned English. I'm I have issues with other languages. I've never been able to do it. I've been hit in the head too many times, even as a young child, and much more. I agree with you on with that one, Roman. Well, 5:23. I hit earlier. Now I'll hit late. But Deborah, here's the thing. A lot of people say, Dante, blah, 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 the Zazel, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. No, you have to watch it with an open mind. Uh, don't make any judgments until you watched it. Because for me, I knew some things, watched his videos, and I went, he's right. Because I've experienced it. And there were things then I saw in a video, and I was like, well, that's interesting. And then later on, I experienced it or saw it on my own and went, oh, holy crap. So I have learned more things of all the channels that I've been following all these years with all these aliens and folks and talking about this, that, and the other thing. None of them have come true. Dante has come through. He's I did a video one time. I said, and I have, if you have noticed on some of my channel list, I do the Silent 72 Plus, and it's for all of us who are willing and are. I'm working for the cause. Now, I don't have any direct contact with anybody, at least that I'm aware of, that's connected to the cause. But I know I'm working for them. I know I'm working for the angels. I know it because of my own path that I've known most of my life, so at least since I was 7, that I was going to have this task, and here I am. So I did a video way back when about Dante and the Silent 72, and I said there are so many of us who are second stringers. There are 72 folks who are doing primary chores. They're called the 72. And so a lot of people want to be a 72, but it may mean literally giving up your life. So it's like, this is serious business, okay? But at the same time, there are all these things and benefits that if you do what's asked of you and you fulfill your mission, then, there are rewards. But to the point of this, though, regardless of rewards, what is my mission in life? Before I knew who Dante was, my mission in life was to be a shaman and to be a hermit and to be a help person and to be basically a shaman before I decided it was the shaman way that I was headed. I studied medicinals, I studied rocks and mushrooms and all these things. I go down on the river. I'm a naturalist. So that's who I am anyway. But then all of this seemed to work into the shaman and training thing, but also in with the angel sect, if you will, and some of my own visions and things that I have visually seen, not just visions like in my brain, but then seeing something in my brain. And then Dante, 2 weeks or 2 days later, did a video on what I was asking about. And I was like, man, I wish they'd show what one of the Callista's spacecraft looked like. They keep showing us all these other ones. I want to see what does one of ours look like, The next day, he did a video with a clip of about a minute and a half long of a Callista ship, really up close, really clear, flying. And I was like, your wish is my command. I was like, holy crap. So there are times when I wonder if my guys up there are connected, whatever it is, because I'll know things or I'll have a dream or I'm doing a vision walk. Well, not a vision walk, dream walking. And I'll go, wow, that was interesting. And then, at some point later on, Dante or the channel, there'll be something about it. And I'll go, now, ain't that weird? So for me, there is a lot of connection. And at times I feel like I can hear some of the talk or some of the chatter or something. I don't know. Am I a part of the group? Do I know anybody in particular? Have I ever met Dante? Not to my knowledge, not in this life. But I do think we've met in a previous life. And when he reprinted my video about the Silent 72 onto their channel, I got a chill up and down my spine. And I went, oh, he knows who I am. You know what I mean? He knows who I am. So do I support Dante? Yes, absolutely. Do I know everything what's going on? Absolutely not. But here's the thing. If we're all out to help people, if we're out to help save the world, if we're out to, to not be greedy and to share the wealth, if we've got these basic things in common, then we're working for the cause. Whether we're on the front line taking down demons and devils, it doesn't matter because there's so much more work to be done. Now, as a Catholic and my mother Mary vision conversations over the many years, it's clear to me, especially that when Dante repinned my video onto his channel, I was like, that was sort of like confirmation for me that somehow I am connected. Somehow I'm not on the front line. I'm the water boy for the team. There are lots of other things that need to be done. Now I've talked about this before, but I think it's important for me to remember. Well, I got my leg broken playing football in high school, Tampa Catholic. And so that kept me from playing football ever again as a team sport. But I didn't quit the team. I became the manager. So with crutches, one leg, two legs, hopping on, because I had a cast for a whole year on my left leg for surgery and all. So I didn't quit the team. I became the manager. I remained part of the team. So although I couldn't run, although I couldn't do these other things, I brought the rest of the team water and kept their uniforms up and all these other things, their equipment manager and so forth. and was at every game, did all the stuff, you know, did the buses, loaded gear with crutches, okay, and never missed a lick because I wanted to be there with the team simply because I broke my leg. But so in life, so simply because I'm older, simply because I live here and I don't live in you know, in the Ukraine or over in that area or whatever, where there seems to be more action going on with some things. Um, you know, there. But anyway, but does that mean I'm not working for the cause? No, it means I'm part of the silent 72 plus. There are many of us who are sending prayers. There are many of us. They have shirts and things that you could buy through the angels thing when you go to the channel there. But that, so there's different ways of supporting the cause. Now, as a human being, Dante, for example, he did a video one day where a couple of days a month, because there are so many homeless dogs because of all the virus and movement and wars and stuff, that he goes around and takes scraps of meat and goes around and feeds the homeless dogs in his neighborhood and around the town, because there are some, you know, there's nobody left to feed them anymore. People moved away and the animals, you know. So feeding stray animals, you know, that's part of the cause. Why? Because it's part of nature. It's part of the universe because everything's connected. So what about the angel stuff? What about all this other stuff? Yeah, but he goes out and feeds the dogs, the hungry dogs, because that's part of the cause too. The goddess, the female, the one that we are all supposed to serve, as far as like Mother Earth kind of thing, the mother, you know, take care of the children from all the way down, you know, to cats and dogs, to animals, you know, all of nature's things, which guess what? As I have found out, is exactly how the correlation of my shaman journey has been to what I've learned from Dante and the cause. And I made comments about the Catholic Church and stuff before. And I said, listen, I said, you know, uh, the the Russian Orthodox or the Orthodox Church is the closest to the one true church, if there is one. Um, Not the Roman Catholic or any other. It's the oldest, it's the longest running, and because the Roman Catholics broke away from the Orthodoxy back in the day at Constantinople, and the church broke away. So, from the Catholics' point of view, the Orthodox Church was the ugly stepchild, okay? But that's not true because it existed before the Roman Catholic Church did. Anyway, so I had spoke about this years ago, and Dante confirmed it in one of these videos, and he said, if there is a true religion, um, if there is a true religion, that it would be the Russian Orthodox Church. And he goes, but they've got it wrong too. But they're the closest. They, if there's the true religion, it would be them. And I was like, he's right. You know, but anyway, so there are things that I talked about that he confirmed for me years later, you know, and I was like, I told y'all, you know, yeah. And didn't I mention, you know, not to say that I was right. I, I'm glad that some of these things that I have seen and heard and experienced get confirmed by some I've never met on the other side of the planet who's involved with, you know, big time saving the earth, and and the fact that there are certain things that, like, there's certain synchronicities that I just scratch my head and go, now that's just weird. Hey, Michelle. Barry, what are you doing? Oh, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning almost. And um, it'll start getting light. Wait, what time is it? 5:30 something. Off now. The mechanics are on work. So, but anyway, um, do I feel like I have an inside connection on certain stuff? I get it's almost like I get hints, and I don't even know where they come from. You know, it's my higher self. I've always called them my guardian. They've been my spirit guides, my guardian angels. I have talked about that myself since I was a child, long before I ever knew who Dante was or anything about the cause of the Charistus. Right? Just didn't. Um, Somebody said something and I missed it. That's how I knew you had videos, but wasn't sure on your last. I came across you. I remember that you look like. Oh, thank you, Deborah. Are you talking about from Dante or whatever? Anyway, okie dokie. But anyway, so for me, I'm humbled that I'm here. I am humbled always um, in that, I had no idea years ago when Mother Mary appeared to me and she said, okay, it's time. And I went, to do what? And she goes, start talking about this. And you'll learn there's more to come and all this other stuff. And above all, she was standing right there in the house and she said, hey, Maverick, she said, have faith. Just do it. And we'll guide you. Just be open, have faith, you know, okie dokie, you know. And so here I am all these years later, still having chats. And D Ocean, oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to drink some more coffee and stay awake for another 30 minutes just to say hi to everybody. But so I'm talking about number two, Shyte. You're at the end of the video, but I'll give a quick recap. I'm talking about, the old Ovid COVID, number two that's coming out and the scare and the double lockdown and all this stuff. And, you know, are we going to believe it? And how many of us are going to go into this? And what does it mean for us? And how can we react to this in a positive way? And, how can we take control of the situation? Maintain our control. The bottom line of this, as y'all are waking up here and listening in this morning, and I love you all, I do, thank you, is that, we stay strong with ourselves, and each other. I mean, we are members of the League of Like Minded Beings, as it's been brought up, Susie Q, hi. Mel, I was sleepwalking last night. My father told me I'd try to go up the stairs. Better than trying to come down them while you're sleepwalking. This Dante and Mary stuff, I'm always curious about it. Well, Maverick, I can't prove it to anybody, but my first vision of Mother Mary was when I was 7 in the Catholic Church when I got my first communion. And I got in trouble because she was the statue, but she wasn't the statue. She was in the statue. There was an essence and a glow, and it was sort of like superimposed over the statue. None of the other statues ever did it. None of the other statues ever had any entities. Only that statue for me. And I didn't tell anybody for a long time. But then when I was about 11, I was down the road from the house, like 2 or 3 blocks in a field. And there were bunny rabbits and stuff. And I was sitting on the edge of this clearing. And I had a rabbit come up I had my feet out in front of me. I'm just sitting down in tall grass. Where the fuck are we? And, Do y'all support marijuana? Probably, yeah. I smoke it all the time. Um, but anyway, sitting in this clearing, and a rabbit comes up and sits at the end of my left leg. Another rabbit appears and comes and sits at the end of my right leg. It's sort of like little sentinels there. And in the middle of the clearing, Mother Mary appeared to me. And she said, when you get older, you're going to have a task. You're going to be asked to do, you're going to be asked to preach, you're going to be asked to talk about Jesus, and you're going to be um, chastised. You will be called a heretic. You will be called a blasphemer. You will be called crazy. And they may even throw you in the loony bin. And all those things happen, but that was when I was 11. And so it's not like she was there all the time, but she was the essence. Okay. Um, I also learned in all of my years of trying to figure this shit out. Um, in Austria, it's Mary Jane is forbidden, so no, but I say yes. Oh, I got you. Um, but no, I'm talking about the Virgin Mary, if you will. And can I prove it to anybody? No, but this has been my guide for all these years, and I never got any bad information. And so there are a lot of years I did not listen and did not pay attention. I tried my best to get out of my contract on this planet. I've tried suicide, I tried drugs, alcohol, you name it, to not fulfill my mission, if you will. And then one day I woke up and she stood here in the house and said, "It's time." And I went, "Oh, crap." Have faith, just do your best. You know, I don't put on any airs. I don't do any fancy, work. I just sit here. This is Hawkeye having a sit down and a smoke with y'all. You're smoking your place and I'll smoke here, but we're all smoking together. And so it is a cosmic um, quantum reality for us in that we're sharing this moment, you see. So, regardless of where we are and what time of day or night it may or may not be, we're still connected, you see. That's part of this whole process. And by experiencing it and sharing it, and then people go, wow, this is really real. I can like feel the other people sitting here while we're having a chat, and I do try to pay attention to y'all and what's going on, and you're welcome to add comments. There have been times when my moderators wanted to kick a guy in the butt kind of thing, and I'm like, I got this. It was annoying, but I got it. And here's the thing, for me, um, if I was to say, okay, time out, or I'm going to ban you from listening or whatever, you got to be really, really nasty, nasty, and then those folks for some reason got weeded out years ago. And I used to worry about it. And I got one of my it was sort of like a little email. And I say it was from Mary. She might be someone else, but I'm referring to her as that because that's how I grew up knowing it. So, well, it's connected to the church. No, it was this lady. And I just happened to be a Catholic at the time. Okay. It just worked out that way. She came to me years later. She was still as I remembered the statue that was in Most Holy Redeemer, and um, and remembering it. And so, but there are times when I will get these little thoughts, okay, and it's sort of like it's sort of like in the old west, a cowboy would get a letter and go, oh, this is from your girlfriend, or this is, so essence. And so it's like a perfume, but it's not. So it's like, so the message comes in, and it's this thought, and there's this little bit of essence, and you go, oh, that's a Mary message. Oh, okay, what is it? It's to, whatever it is. So, and it's just these little twinkles of a thought, but they're really important, and it's to give. Um, I think in a way it's to make sure that I'm confident to keep talking, because there are times when I just like, people aren't listening. I'm talking some really weird shit here, and of visions, and and this week is my, like, let's see, 7 or 8 years. I think it's 7 years since I was down on the river when it was so low in August at this time of year, when I spent those 3 days in the swamp with no water or food, when the spirits took me on the walk, and that kind of thing. This is the time of year, and it's sort of my anniversary about it. And it's been hard for me to get the, that out of my head, because um, I have a connection. There is no specific entity with the name, but an awareness. I understand that, because I've got my spirit guides that they don't have names. Don't know if they're male or female. I think they kind of switch out. I think there is a team, because it's all I can do to, I can keep one pretty busy. But anyway, um, but for me, growing up a Catholic and being in that setting, especially at the age of 7, all dressed in white, and in my first communion stuff, and but the many times that I would go into the church after mass or before mass or whatever, as an altar boy, and then later on as sort of like a deacon, where I read the Bible, read passages and the epistles and so forth, and sometimes 2 or 3 masses every Sunday. So I was really into it. I wasn't into being a priest per se, because they, diddled, twiddled, and otherwise messed with me. And you've heard me talk about Sister Elaine, and she told me, she said, Jesus was a Buddhist. Go study Buddhism. You'll learn more about, yourself. If you want to be a priest, become a monk. Go learn, Buddhism. That was from a Dominican nun in 1970. Okay, in the the nuns rectory thingy, um, there at Tampa Catholic. So, a lot of things that have happened to me that have, correlated. Um, if you see an angel face palming, that may be mine. Bo's in Italy, really nice city. 2 hours or so. That's, it takes me 4 hours to get to Atlanta from here. So 2 hours is like getting to Macon. And you're going to another country. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, this one came from a Catholic nun who, studied in the Vatican, and but there's too much other information too, and so uh, but this idea, and so Jesus was part of the Christus group. Okay, space aliens, the good guys. All right, can we talk here? So, what? Jesus was an alien? Of course, we're all aliens in one way, shape, or another. Some more important than others, but we're all still, part of the deal. So, for me, I may be the water boy. I may be sitting on the bench, in the sense that, I am available. I went and helped my friend today. I didn't have to volunteer, but I was like, okay. And so for part of my payment to help him out, he took me down to the river and we saw how high the river was, and got me a gallon of milk. And so, um, but not that there was payment necessary, but he got a chance to go down to the river as well. I'm kidding, but everyone seems to claim Jesus. Yeah, but hey Fox, how are you? But his name was I know Jesus. you know, but to the point though, that character, that entity, all right. Um, so for those of us who've watched the Dante channel, we kind of get it. Yes, I was in K Town in Austria. Was the ski. Brandy's in the house too. Did I miss? But anyway, so everybody's going to have their own stuff, but of all the information that I've got from these entities over the years, my angel messages that sometimes come in, or it's my spirit guides. I think they're the same, personally, but sometimes I refer to them as my angel guides or my guardian angels, and then the spirit guides. And they may be more than two in this deal, but anyway. So, in whatever information it feels like is coming in, I have to allow it. So um, I can't force it. I can't try to make it up. I just have to open up and say, okay, y'all help me with the conversation and let's roll with it. Um, yeah, a whole lot of Soul Tribe awake. It was almost 6 o'clock in the morning here. Also, an Italian professor told that all about, and he got fired. Yeah, but anyway, this was the information I received from Sister Helene was from her to me, from one friend to another. She taught me this. She told me these things. She told me things about the Vatican that is coming true now. I've talked about this before in other videos, but to the point though, the last time I saw Mary, Sister Helene was in the room with Mother Mary, and they both said, "Get your ass in gear, Dave." So, but here I am, 5 or 6 years later, and I'm still learning. I'm still honing my skills, if you were. I'm still a shaman in training, um, but in our conversations, I have learned much because I seem to be channeling my spirit guides and a lot of this information. Now, I will sit on some stuff for a couple of days and think about it and chew my cud kind of thing, and then I'll do a video. Sometimes it takes a week or more, or sometimes it might take a year to actually have the conversation. But anyway, with that said, um, yeah, looking back over my videos, I have noticed how how you can see the change in me, my tone of voice, and how I've used certain phrases or don't. Sometimes I cuss more than other times. And I'm that old carny, that used to live on curse words. Whole lot of Soul Tribe. Roman, thank you so a lot, David, for this today. Oh, if you're talking to me, you're welcome. Oh, I don't know if another David's in. Cuss can take a while to digest. Yeah. Um, Sometimes, like for me in theater, sometimes you had to use certain words to really make your point, and then other times cussing's just fussing and it's not necessary. But I blame it on my own carelessness and not listening, and certain words will just slip out, and I try my, I really did used to have a severe problem with curse words. And cursing myself all the time and calling myself stupid and things. Every time Dave says Mother Mary is saying comes to me, yeah, speaking words of wisdom, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be. And in my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be. There you go. I agree, D Ocean, but I was very bad, very very bad. Okay, like all other addictions that I had, you know, I I I went to the curb with it. Growing up on the carnival, man. I mean, every third word was a curse word. I mean, I'm I'm not going to go into it, or phones. Thank you. In my best Elvis voice. Thank you very much. Yeah, yeah. One of these nights, I've got my fingernails cut and I'm trying to get my guitar back out. I want to do a hoot nanny. Uh, I can hear my on Fridays. My brother, he opens up his house to anybody that wants to come over and play music, and the whole front room. There's a drum set and all kinds of instruments and stuff. I've talked about this before, but anyway, so I was like, it was Friday, and something in my brain was like Friday, Friday, Friday. And I was like, crap, they're up there in Ohio playing music. And so I was thinking, wouldn't it be cool one night, to maybe do a live feed from me to them, or whatever, and Skype or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, um, to listen to them, and here, turn it on and just point it in the room, kind of thing. Let me watch what's going on and be a part of it, kind of thing. Uh, yeah, you do, Roman. That's really cool. Yeah, I've got all these guitars. I've got 5 guitars, I think, or more. Anyway, my mandolin. I've got rain sticks. I've got my didgeridoo, drum, all kinds of um, sound effects things, whistles, horns, different kinds of things. I'll be playing Sunday on a try it to live stream. Oh, cool beans. Yeah, I just where I can sit down over here where the acoustics are best and how I do the computer and all that. I got to move stuff around, and I use that as my excuse for not doing playing some music, just for practice, but do it live. And I've written quite a few songs over the years, and some they're somewhere, supposedly in a pile or a stack. I like the South Park explanation of cuss words. Yeah, we literally hex ourselves. That's right. Yep. And I did that to myself for years. And it was a hard lesson for me to like, but when I got it, when it dawned on me one day, I was like, holy crap. I have been doing this like 10 times a day and to myself, oh, Dave, you stupid son of a bitch, that's just not right, and I did it a lot. And I know other people who do it, like my friend today who kept talking about his neuropathy. I said, okay, you got to quit talking about it. But I know, quit talking about it. You're giving, but I think in a way I kind of got to him a little bit. Like it's, it, you just don't I can't explain it, but um, there's some people who get higher philosophical kind of things, and he's had a lot of issues with his brain, and we were on some of the we went to the same doctor, the same mental health club. There were several of us that we showed up there, and one day at the mental health clinic. um I like Johnny Cash too, Roman. I hear the train a coming, a rolling round the bend. I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when, but I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, Lord, and time keeps dragging on. And I hear that lonesome whistle, Lord, all the way to San Antone. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy. Don't ever play with guns. But I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. And now I'm here in Folsom Prison, Lord, until that day I die. I'm sorry. A little concert had to break in. How far from you? I'm in Mississippi, about 40 minutes from Gulfport, Miss Gulfport, Mississippi. How far? Okay, it'd be. Tell me how far, Brandy. How far are you from Pensacola? And I can give you a better answer. I've been to Gulfport. I see here. There's one of the songs I won't sing. It makes me feel weird. Which one? Folsom Prison. See, having been in jail, now I didn't kill a man in Reno, but just to watch him die. But but the prison thing and hearing that lonesome whistle, I get that. And Willie Nelson too. You know, yeah, some songs. Yeah, I agree with you, D Ocean. When I was doing a lot of theater, we did a lot of musicals and stuff. We did this one show called Smoke on the Mountain, and it was about a family that went to different churches and testified. And in so doing, they had all these country songs they did, and some of them old Appalachian, um, you know, uh, Lord give me strength, this and that. But it was all acoustic with harmonica and some piano and a little bit of and some bass fiddle in the background. And let me tell you, we had so much fun doing that show. The music was old timey and churchy and stuff, but as far as getting that feeling and playing a song and having it resonate with the audience and stuff, that it was just a lot of fun. There is a YouTube video, I Am Criminal song. Remember, it's on the movie Criminal, and so Criminal. Is that the one that I just watched, Roman? Yeah, having fun is great, you know. And one of the things, D Ocean, that I have kept from myself, and I have yet to figure out why, but I've discussed this in oh, I was watching Winona uh, Earp this last season, and they went into this other world, right? And there were all these doors, and they didn't know what was behind the doors, right? And so in my mind, I had a similar situation where things that I remembered and certain things, Kevin Costner, yeah, that's the one. I just watched that the other day, as a matter of fact. Um, can you guys send me some light and strength to me and my mom? Sure, Fox. That's the one. Um, that's one of the interesting things that D Ocean, um, I agree with you, and I have yet to figure out what the deal is. Not that it needs figuring, but I have to ask too many questions. Like, okay, all right, that's a good idea, but now why should I be celebrating? What is there? Okay, so I feel like I agree with you. I feel like what should we be celebrating with all the stuff that's going on? And so what is there? Well, there's life. There's the nature of things. There is just the fact that we're still here. You know, my friend and I were sitting here today talking, and he's is a cancer survivor. He goes in a month to get his checkup to see if he's still cancer free. Um, but that I looked at him and I said, we're still here. You survived and I've survived. With all the stuff we've been through our mental health issues, through all the stuff, all the different meds and what they did to us. I mean, the mind wipes, trying to be better people, you see. Our goal was to be better. Lionsgate starts Sunday. Oh, really? Is that in like Leo? I know this much. I already have so much information that when I try to uh, oh, well, that's a good thing, D. My relatives are North Georgia. Ah, I'm in South Georgia. If you can find Tallahassee on the map, I'm due north of Tallahassee. So, did you say how far what you were from Pensacola? I used to play for seniors, and now I am one, D. But in the celebration though, in a way, I kind of feel like the Heoki in this, in that there's so many people. Um, there's so many people that are in the doldrums and so forth that the Heoki's job is to present the other side, to be the fool, to play the jester, to bring people's spirits up, you know. And so when I get together with y'all, uh, there are lots of ways that we can celebrate. And the fact that we're still alive, and that we're still making it. You know, I talked about this the other day, but I think it bears a little reminder, a little reminding in this, in these strange times and these strange energies. Like, you know, what do we have to celebrate now? Um, I'm in Canada. I'm in next to Montreal. I've not been to Montreal. I've been to um, oh crap, Toronto twice. I like Toronto. One was in the summertime and one was in the winter, and both were interesting. Um, but as a Heyoki, we didn't come this far to just come this far. I agree with you, Ian. So, but the celebration, um, maybe it's sort of like an Irish wake, you know, and instead of everybody crying, everybody's toasted, you know. Well, okay, we got our coffee, we got our pipes or whatever, and we celebrate and we say, okay, you know, times are bad, times are hard. Here's your frickin' Christmas card, right? Um, I used to ride my bike down 5 Mile Bridge, had friends. But so anyway, Um, so the celebration is why not? With everybody else being depressed and everything, maybe it's time to break out the music and have a little hoedown, you know what I mean? And so thinking about my brother and you know the fact that every Friday they get together and they play um I believe it's that too, D, honestly, about vibrations. But you know, turn that frown upside down and turn it into a smile, you know, and just to lighten the spirits, um, you know, no dirges, you know, no, oh Danny boy, the pipes are calling. No, we ain't doing that one, right? So we're gonna stick with the positive, you know, kind of music and down on the corner, out in the street, Willie and the poor boys are playing. Pay a nickel, tap your feet. You know, friends need help soon already here. Bell, Mr. Steering. Right. Oh, I mentioned this when I was talking about jewelry and things in a previous video, kind of towards the end, like I'm doing right now. But it has to do with the spiral. And it's a reminder that sometimes we go clockwise and sometimes we need to go counterclockwise. So I think there's some energy going around that is maybe counterclockwise. It doesn't mean that it's bad, but it's the opposite. Um, Lionsgate may be an exit. I'm hoping it's just going to be another day or, you know, another period. And, you know, there's always something creepy going on somewhere. You know what I mean? Honestly, somewhere there's something creepy going on. Pick a day, pick a date, pick a star, pick a, you know, and I don't mean this rudely. I'm just saying there's so much going on we don't know about. And if we did, we'd go, holy crap. Well, what's that got to do with this day? And what's it got? And it would drive us nuts. because there is so much going on. Well, D, here's the thing. If you feel like going counterclockwise and not necessarily against the grain, and it may be clockwise for you now, don't get me wrong, but if you feel like going in the opposite direction, it may be the right thing to do for now. I mean, the Schumann res was way off the charts, and then the charts weren't even working earlier. Um, but we've had so many doomsdays. Yeah, I'm every day is a doomsday for somebody, you know. And here's the thing: I would watch some. It was an anime thing, and they blew up a planet and all this, and I was like, they were like, all those people died, and I was like, yeah, but they went up in a ball of flame. They didn't know what hit them, and it's like, so not that I want the planet blowed up. That's not my point, but we wouldn't really know. It's the slow death and the whatever that is like, let's try to avoid that part, you know. But doomsday has come and gone so many times. Now, I'm a prepper. I got lots of stuff here at the house. If the lights go out, I got batteries. I've got solar, some solar panels. I've not overdone it, but I do have the basic things to get by. And, I've got a well that I can drop a bucket into. I've got stored rainwater. So, am I a prepper in a lot of ways? Yes, I am. And I'm comfortable in that I've got everything that I need if something goes, the frog in the pot anthology. Thank you, Fox. Yep. Actually, from down south, it was crabs. We'd go out crabbing in Tampa Bay and out there, and come home with a bunch of crabs, and you know put them in the pot and then turn on the stove and listen to them try to get out of the pot. Didn't do that many times after that. If we die in a solar whatever, yeah, we won't really know. And I'm like, so here's the thing. Do I want to go that way or whatever? No. But what's I think is very likely, because of all the solar storms and so forth, that we have an event that will fry some lines. Okay. It's happened before, the Carrington event thing. Is it going to wipe out humanity? No, but if people aren't prepared and if they don't have backups of certain things, it may take a while before we get electricity. For some cities and things, I think that's very possible. And with all, now get this, the 9/11 event we had talked about a couple of hours ago, we're coming up on 520. Um, that the 9/11 event could be a solar event of some type or cosmic event, and they whoever they are could trigger it. That would hit the grid, hit the other atmosphere of somewhere, us or them. It can't hit the whole Earth, unless it bounces around inside the atmosphere, which could happen if it's bad enough. But the thing is it would make things difficult. All things electronic. If it would, whether it fried the electronics or not, if it took the power lines out and they had to reset everything, depending on how bad the event was, back in the 1800s when it happened, it killed some of the telegraph operators because they were grounded when this event hit the telegraph wires. And so that's pretty serious. So we have to, um, see, I'm growing up in Florida. And also, we growing up in Florida in the 60s with the Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, we were literally right there. You know, Cuba's just down the street from Tampa, and MacDill Air Force Base, prime target to want to blow it up, right? And so, folks in Tampa, we hid under our desk a lot. We had extra food that each of us carried into school, and they were on the shelves. So we each had food in case an attack happened, and we, you know, things got wiped out. We'd had canned food there in the school for the students, right? For a couple of days or whatever it was. But so we prepped in the 60s for nuclear war, okay, especially down there in Tampa because we were so close to Cuba and the missile, you know, the missile crisis is, you know, just right over there. So, and how close we really came and all that kind of stuff. But to the point though, oh, it's 22. I missed it. Yeah, I'm going to be off to bed too. Yeah, it's 6:22. Okay. Yeah, slow boil. That's right. But here's the thing. There's a saying somewhere along the line that, you know, only worry about those things that you can really take care of, you know, but be aware of the rest of it, you know? And that's the key thing here. So they're trying to sell us a number two. They're trying to dump the a gigantic porty potty on our heads, you know, and cover us all with dung and crap, made of their own doing, right? So it's how we react, and you know, maybe what we do is, you know, it'd be sort of like going to a Gallagher concert. You take a raincoat, you take some plastic, you know, you'd be prepared. If they're going to dump crap on you, then be prepared, right? Get some plastic. So nighty night, dump is right. Yep. Thank you, Michelle. Ian, um, D. Uh, we're going to say a quick prayer for Fox and his mother. Um, I think he said he needed some extra energy sent their way. So if we'd all just say, you know, for a minute or 30 seconds, we say, let's send some cosmic energy to Fox and his mom, and may they use it whatever way is necessary. There you go. So, but anyway, in this, you know, music, it may be time for some of us to go clockwise. Did you get that, Fox? It was sent with love and honor, and may everything work out however it works out. It was right with 2017 to 2022. Yeah, Roman, I agree. But see, and part of this, I do believe, is up to us, Fox. This is my 10 cents about this. Why 2017 to 2022? Some of the earlier UFO channel, the Galaxy folks, you know, talking that we had to raise the vibration of the planet. We had to raise the vibration of people. We had to raise the awareness of people, right? Otherwise, the planet was doomed. And watermelons. But so the idea, though, that, you know, the 2017, 2022 mark, you know, what's going to make it work? What's going to keep us out of, you know, destruction in 2022? Mad Max, right? But so here's the thing. Um, if enough of us prepare with simple things, we got to go back to the pioneer days. Um, but I think that all things are fixable if it was a Carrington event. Um, but it just might take a while. That's all. So I think we should, keep that in mind. Uh, I've talked about, certain things like LED lights and batteries and rechargeables, and, going down to the store and getting you, um, uh, some yard lights, and you can use the charger to recharge batteries if you need it for other things. I mean, there's a lot of simple things you can do that you can maintain if the situation's got really bad and you need to charge batteries and things. I mean, there's just a lot of other things you can do. And so, but one of the things that if people get scared, if people freak out and panic, then other shit can ensue. Uh, my favorite Gallagher joke. Went to the store and asked where the shampoo was. They told me. Then I asked where the real poo was. But Barry, that fits in with the topic for tonight, for the simple reason that it's shite. You know. So if you missed the beginning of this, you might want to go back to the beginning because there were several things discussed. But in the light of all of that, this number two, I'm going to wrap things up here because I got to go and the sun's coming up and all that kind of stuff. And I've been up for a while now. Uh, Interesting how the time is going loopy for some of us. So keep your stuff together. Um, but this A2 business, uh, uh, or C2, number two, the virus thingy, number two, and how they're selling it, how they're making everybody that it's going to happen again. We're headed for another lockdown. All the signs and all of the things all the words that they're using have intent. But here's the thing, as I stated 2.5 hours ago, that, when I went on my vacation trip, people just weren't thinking the way the news and all these other people are thinking. They just aren't. And I just don't think these folks are paying attention and don't care that whatever the news is saying, they don't, didn't believe them last time, you know, be prepared. Yep. So many people think it's the end times, referring to the chronicalized revelation of John. Things will change. They need to change for the better. Absolutely, Brandy. And I absolutely do believe we're in the end times. I really do. In the end times, as they call it, the apocalypse is that their world is going to crumble. But at the end of Revelations, what does it say? It's going to be 1,000 years of peace. Now, my question has always been, why only 1,000 years? Because there are cyclical things that will happen. But anyway, I did some videos years ago about Revelations and where we are, and especially about the Catholic prophecies that have come to pass, and that there's such a split in the Catholic Church right now, and there it's demonic what you know uh, I hate to use the name Francis, but what he's doing to the church and what all the changes and everything. And there are people who are really pissed, okay? And that Ratzinger, or whatever, the other pope is still alive, kind of thing. So, what does the pontiff really say? Well, here's the deal. Pope, one of the first John Paul was, he was Pope for 33 days. 33 days, and he was found dead. And then Pope John Paul II, who was also tried, they tried to kill him, gun him down kind of thing. But to the point, though, it was all predicted in Catholic prophecy, having nothing to do with Nostradamus, Catholic prophecy. Okay. So these end times, they are here. But the apocalypse means that their crap crumbles. We see through the veil. It is revealed to us. And when the angels come down to talk to John, I've talked about this, but this is an important part of the story. John knelt down and went to worship the angel. And the second angel came later on in Revelations. The angel said, "Stand up, because you are as I am," meaning that we are all angels. We are all part of this. And people miss that so much. And it's like they pay attention to all this other stuff. And there's these key words and places in there that are, there's truth there. So after this calamity, and look around the world, I mean, there are folks who literally want to take the Vatican down. There are Catholics within the church who are being thrown out and excommunicated and all this stuff because they want to continue the old mass, the old Latin mass. Guess what? It was the closest thing, as I talked about 2 hours ago, the the Russian Orthodox Church is the closest thing to a true religion, if there is one. And the Roman Catholic Church spun off from it. They want to go back to the roots. They want to go back to the original Mass and to the Latin. They want to go back the way it was pre-Vatican II thing in the 60s, where everything changed. And it's been to, tear the church apart. But here's the thing. So here's this Pope dude, right, that claims that bringing all these people and all these religions together and everything, uh, for a one religion, novus ordem, new order. The Pope guy has said, you have used the word in Latin, novus ordem, new order, so many times recently. He said all these, very rich and powerful people come to the Vatican. Why? Oh, so he can cajole, and they're going to do this other stuff about the Bosnian War. Yeah, the great reveal. Ed's in the house. New order, new odor. That's a good one, D. But anyway, so here's the thing. Many folks saw this coming a long time ago, and yeah, I think it's the end. Yeah, the city on the seven hills and all that. Yeah, there's a lot of crap that's out there, and it is being unveiled. Now, here's the thing. Is there truly any justice? We'll see. Or those people who created treason, are any of those folks gonna go to justice? Probably not. We'll see. But the thing is that the more that they cover stuff up, when people look at it and go, that ain't right. I mean, I'm not a civil engineer, but that ain't right. Something's wrong here. Wait a minute, it defies logic. People aren't as stupid as they think we are. But here's the thing. I'm really concerned about what's in the jab. Yeah. Hey Ed, how you doing? Hope everything's well in your ocean. In your ocean, and anyway, I've been up a long time, and I've kind of got stoned along the way. But so many things for us to consider. But the bottom line is, in all of this, we need to really think about it. If they want to lock us down, Tennessee, when I was up there, the folks said we didn't lock down. People didn't, people just kept doing stuff. I think we should just keep doing it. There are going to be places that are going to, they're going to try to force certain things and stuff. But I think the people are just going to say, oh no, I'm sorry. And like the folks in Tennessee that are all armed and ready, the folks in Georgia have, a legal right to carry, open carry. Of course, they have to be registered and all that. But, so the folks are going to say, no, no, you ain't, you know, not my child and not me, you know. Uh, Washington is doing everything. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many things. And, um, until recently, this last year, after the elections and learning about the Smith Mumford Act and that kind of thing, and, Trump had 4 years to reenact that act. And he would have took care of all the CNN and all the propaganda and all that and made it illegal again. And he didn't. And when somebody brought that up to my attention, I went, wait a minute, you're right. He had 4 years to reenact the act, you know, and put it back into force, and he didn't do it. So he spent 4 years playing the press and being beaten on when he could have made the act active again. You know what I'm saying? Wait a minute, hang on. So he was in on it. You know what I mean? Whatever it was, he played along and he played us like a fiddle, And so it's like, and this is from some people who were like, gung ho Trump. I still would rather have him than this other guy. But like I said, it's just the other side of the mafia. The B guy, he's the Chicago Northern mob kind of thing. Maybe even Boston, and then the other side is the Las Vegas group with hotels and parties and swimming pools and movie stars. So which one would you rather be in? Well, I'd rather take Las Vegas, I think. Uh, the idea of the Las Vegas idea. Um, After listening to a Hopi Older, my friend shared on No Sugar Tonight, yeah, people run to and so on, eat what? Yeah, they really don't know what it's about. They really don't. And it's like, here's the thing. I believe in helping people, but isn't that being a socialist? Because I believe in helping society and to better society. So isn't that being a socialist? But I don't consider myself a socialist, you know, because there are so many of the things that it implies politically speaking. So I am for certain social programs. Okay. Um, I think that I think certain state colleges should have free tuition uh, for in-state folks, um, but it's paid for by put a penny tax on the state of Georgia on certain things, a penny tax, it would pay for it, and it would just, a penny. But with all the millions of people and with all the people that travel through the state, that, there'd be enough income that you could, run a couple of colleges, from that fund, right? I mean, they do it with a state lottery, so, most adults don't realize we're going into a grand solar minimum. It's going to get colder and colder. But anyway, so um, believing in helping your fellow man and being a socialist, and that society should, like this state actually owns my property and they can come down here and do what they want to. But, there is a rule, that if they want to, they can. Why we never done something against this? Yeah, we'll see how it works out, But again, I'm going to reiterate to whatever, however it happens or whatever, we got to just keep our wits about us, and that we're all pulling for the same thing, So that's the key, you know. Keep that, keep that. Believe, 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 believe. Have faith, and stay out of their chaos, you know. Accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. Every day I put my feet on the floor and we go outside, whether it's raining or not. I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three that really is important to me, I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And that you continue to learn how to reject those things that are unnecessary in your life. And every day changes, everything is changing. For those folks who think about timelines, remember this: for every, you know, unexpected thing that you do, whether it's walking down the street and you break into a tap dance, everything that we do that's out of the ordinary or out of the mundane, like maybe going counterclockwise for some reason, in that event, we have altered the timeline because it was unexpected. And I think there are a lot of folks up there and around who are scared about that, and they're scared of us, and we need to keep our wits about us. So anyway, Brandy, thank you. Roman, we should be able to travel the earth freely. Them's always this that one to rule for control, greed. Yeah. Yeah, I've almost lost my property several times here, Brandy. Uh, Several times. I had some folks had to come to my rescue one year, and I was scared witless. And God bless the folks that showed up from out of nowhere and helped me to get out of my jam. And I promised then that I would not ever get back into it again. Counter the negative with the positive affirmations. Absolutely. Get ecstatic with the strong power of visualization. I love you all too, Fox. Thank you. And Mel, Brandy, Roman, and I don't know who else. Barry, if you're still back there, my eyes are starting to fall, and it's slightly foggy outside. I want to go walk outside before I go to bed. So I love you all. Please stay safe. And yeah, reiterate again. You know, cheers to you as well, Ian. And yeah, many times I have blessed them, Brandy, and I got a chance to pay back one of the loans earlier. County stole my home. I sued one, and they had to pay me for my home. Got them by indemnity law. Well, that's cool. I mean, it's bad that it happened, but it's good that you got it. Yeah, Colquitt County in the state of Georgia has got, look for meteors. The sun's out. So anyway, let's keep the faith, my friends. You know, it's very simple. Follow the one law. Do no harm to anything. And respect all things, even if you don't like it. You know, because in understanding that this is horrible. I won't say it, but I'll think it. Yeah. Um, I observed this habit. Okay. And it had to do with some granny porn, I will say. And that, um, in that, regardless of how old you are, if you still have, you know, just because you're old doesn't mean you're not able. Okay. And so, with that in mind, though, which is a kind of sort of horrible picture, but even old people need some loving once in a while, you know. And just because we're old, don't mean that, you know, old folks don't need loving too, you know. And I mean that in a good way, but also the other way too. But in that, um, other folks wouldn't think about that and go, well, so what do you mean old people do it? You know, well, when you get to be old and you can't do it, then you go, just saying, you know. But, and what's that got to do with the price of poop they're going to dump on us? They're going to be dumping a lot of stuff on us. And people are going to take it from their own point of view. And I think our job, this isn't the last cast. The Last Warriors. The Last Warriors. It's Russian. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. What time period is it, Roman? Before I fall asleep talking to y'all. If I remember, I think he said 35. You know, I used to be worried about the end, but the older I get, I'm more worried about surviving. I catch myself too, Hawkeye. Veils are thin, manifesting will come easily right now. Have to mind our thoughts. Speak positively. It's hard to inform others without giving energy to the negative. Um, that's very, very true, Brandy. I absolutely agree with that. We have to be careful how we speak to the universe, because from Dante's point of view, 2017 to 2022 is a very important time period on this planet, and having, as far as I know, nothing to do with all these other galactic channels and stuff. They were saying this time period also. And so it's like, okie dokie. But I go back to the thing that some of the messages that are out there is like, so why are we here and how do we do better? Well, we show Mother Earth, we show each other, we become better human beings. We become more sociable. And that's one of the things they've cut out. Southeast USA. Yep. You're 33, Mel? Roman, you may be older than that. Probably are, actually, just by guessing, but and a certain feeling. We, I would bet you if we met and got to talking to one another and just chit chatting over coffee or whatever, we'd probably, some of us would say, you know, we have met each other before, because you know there are certain synchronicities. Now I put myself out here, but you know, for those of you who stick around and we hang around, and there's something there, right? I mean, otherwise you'd go to bed. So but anyway, you know, so for whatever it is, I love you for it. And but karaoke, I think so. At the moment I can't remember much. Yeah, we are family. Do, 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 do. You and my sisters and me. We are family. Yep, there you go. Um, but yeah, I did watch it, but I can't remember about it at the moment. But anyway, but with this understanding of the world, we do the best we can. We love each other. We help each other. You know, it's so much easier. Hawkeye got me on his radar. I what? Your radar? Nyong. Right over my head. Okay, everybody. I love you. Um, and y'all be safe, okay? And if you can, play some music. If you can, go outside and twirl around a little bit, or do it in the house, you know. Oh, you talk about things I was thinking. See, Brandy, Brian and I used to do that. Elderberry and I have done stuff like that. So, you know, what it is that we're finding, um, for me, and I'm listening, you know, to my higher selves who are screaming at me to go to in bed. Okay, okay, gang. But um, so it's like me listening to out there. So if they y'all are part of the tribe, right? When I do card readings, I say close your eyes for 30 seconds and raise your hand, right? So this my spirit guide can see who you are in the thing. But with that said, though, having had contact with several of you by doing card readings and such, we have made that connection. Okay, so it's sort of like my folks upstairs are going, oh, there's a message from Brandy. She's fit. Here's the answer, you know. And I used to do it with Brian all the time and some other people, and it's not uncommon. And I'm grateful that I'm able to do it, but it freaks me out when I do. Okay, because it's sort of like looking slightly into the future and hearing what you know the question, and you know, and if I don't have the answer, they do, which is interesting. I'll go, what? And they'll say, talk about this. And I go, yeah, okay. And then Brian used to say, I was just going to ask you that question. And there you come answering it, right? And so, but so anyway, with that, see, that's the cosmic reality. That's how we communicate. And for example, when I've talked about, you know, we have to go into the fourth dimension. You know, this talk about going into the fifth dimension, we can't skip fourth because this is where we practice this. This is where we learn to communicate with our thoughts with people. So for me and for us, it's not an experiment, but it kind of sort of is if we watch how we have evolved as a group of, members of the League of Like-Minded business beings. I was thinking, what a hell of a business, but anyway, but so it has become an experiment in that as an anthropologist, I look back and go, look how this has transpired. Like, answering folks and having psychic connections and, and stuff, right? And you go, well, there's only one way it would have been possible. That's for us to hang out, to share thoughts together, to have conversation, get to know one another. It can't happen any other way. Now, there are people who are gifted that I have met that I connected with right away. So it's not that it takes a long time, but you still is the period of getting to know the other person. I figure it's our Indian ancestors. Good night, Deborah. It's hot here. Tadpoles boiled in the mud. Oh, yuck. You're welcome, Deborah. Keep the faith, keep safe, and have a great rest of the weekend. This is Saturday, right? Dang, yeah, Saturday, Sunday. So everybody have a great weekend. But in this, thinking about the number two thing, let's just keep an eye on these crazy folks. And we can't, if the news says it's bad, are we to believe them? If the news says all these things are going wrong, are we to believe them? If the news says, because they lied to us all this time, do we listen to them at all? And so the many folks that I met along the way on the vacation was they ain't paying any attention. So how can they be part of this conspiracy where everybody's worried about food and this and that? It just ain't so. Only crazy crackpots like us do it. Mel, thank you. So anyway, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. It has been a pleasure to be your moderator for tonight this morning. And we've had good conversation. Thank you, Elderberry, for getting up and hanging out. Deborah, always good to see you. Mel and Brandy and Deborah. If I miss somebody, okie dokie. I love you all. Be safe. And we'll get together soon. I promise I'm going to get my spiritual act together and I'm going to um, do some card readings. It's time. So I love you. Be safe. Me and the dog are going to go outside and play in the fog for a few minutes. Go see what's out there. So cheers, everybody. Ween. Thank you, Bob. It's been a pretty good session. I like y'all being a part of this too. I try not to get irritated. But here's the thing that what's most important that we must do, Brandy. We must stay confident with the information that we have, and we can't look down on them on these folks. It's dishonorable. If they don't understand or whatever, like my friend today, he didn't understand. I say, I love you, you're my brother, and and you have to leave it at that, and you're talking to them or whatever. If they don't get it, at some point, hopefully they'll come around, but we have to be very careful that we do not um, loud over them that we're smarter than they are and that they're stupid. We cannot do that. As part of this journey, we must be the civil ones, who have forgiven their their idiocy, but is it that they're idiots or that they just don't have the same wiring that we do? Somehow we got a particular gift or consciousness that they just don't get. But it's not that we're better than them. They just simply don't understand. And as elders, we must look at these folks and lift them up and give them a hand. Now, when if we try and they deny, then we just have to say, okay, when you're ready. We can't force them. No. And but here's the thing, they will listen to us more if we're kind. I've talked about this before when I worked at the plants and I had all them ladies and folks give me the going away parties and so forth. It was because I treated everyone with kindness. And whether they were smart or not, white or black, Chinese, Mexican, didn't care. I treated everyone with kindness. And it works so well. You don't have to lie, you just treat people with kindness. So if they don't understand, then we need to be the grown-ups in the room, as you've heard me talk about before, and go, okay, everybody, we got this. But somebody in the room, it's okay, we got this. Be calm, it's okay, you know. And it's going to be tough for many of us, okay, and I'm included in that. uh, I was his lawyer, and give us 35 more minutes. I can't do it really. Your dad got the jab. Yeah, it was more than evil. Yeah, there are some things that have a darkness that are like beyond creepy. It's like there's some stuff hanging around me today, right now, that it's really interesting. Um, this entity. Okay, listen. Stay away from focusing on them. You know it's there, but remember, stay away from those e words and this word and that word. Um, uh, if you was to tell me that there was a spirit that was very nasty, I would know that it was evil. You understand? So, but I hate using that word. There are certain words now that are just like, don't use them, Dave. Um, but there are things, it's very nasty, evil, wicked, mean, and bad and nasty. Now, multiply that, right? So without using certain words. But anyway, um, get some salt and, and get it out. Get what out? I'm tired and falling asleep, and my eyebrows are doing stuff, and whatever it is that's been flying around the house, it hasn't bothered Duggar. So, but anyway, be safe, everybody. And I promise I'm going to do cards soon. All right. So, and in our prayer for peace, we just include, we ask the spirits, I'll include this. I ask the spirits that they help us, those of us who are the elders of the group and who are still learning, that when necessary, they step in and help to guide us to stay calm and to show us the correct words when we need to work with other folks who don't understand. Okay. So I prayed that as part of this big prayer thing, because we are coming into a new stage, era, whatever it is. And I think for many of us, it may be that it's not so much that we are the leaders, but we are the calm ones in the group. And we need to be very, very patient and very loving and very kind. And it's going to be difficult because there's going to be some ornery critters out there. Roman plus Milky Way, David. It is my Uncle David. What? Okie dokie. So, my friends, be safe. Keep up the good work, okay? I love you. Cheers. And we'll see you soon, okay? Bye. Ween. Till next time, be safe.